Chapter 969. Late at night, Yaoji was sitting in the tent reading a book. Mulai had already fallen asleep. Mu Yang led the troops to intercept LV Jingxian. These few days, because of the matter of the spies, the control of the entire military camp had become very strict. Even the hidden guards of Prince Ding's Fu found it hard to find an opportunity to pass on any information. Yaoji understood that if this continued, it was only a matter of time before the old Marquis, Mu Yang, found out her and Mu Lai's identity. After all, they were the ones who shouldn't have appeared in the entire military camp. Unreasonable things were naturally the easiest to arouse suspicion. A cold wind blew at the entrance of the tent. Yaoji raised her head and saw Qin Feng in black standing at the entrance. She was startled and didn't have time to say anything. She grabbed Qin Feng and walked inside. Mu Lai, who was sleeping inside, opened his eyes the moment Qin Feng came in. He turned over and got off the bed. "Godfather, why are you here?" Qin Feng raised his hand and patted Mu Lai's little head. "You are in danger now. I will take you out of here." Yaoji frowned, but Yaoji understood that Qin Feng's arrival might be the princess's idea. But if she couldn't complete the task given by Prince Ding, not only her, but even Mu Lai and Qin Feng would be in trouble. Qin Feng looked at her with understanding. "Go and deal with Mu Yang now. Marquis Mu Yang will soon suspect you. If you continue to stay here, not only will you be in danger, the shadow guard hidden in the military will also be a threat." Mu Lai nodded and started to pack up his things. In fact, there was nothing to pack. Although they brought a lot of things with Mu Yang, there was almost nothing to take away. Yaoji nodded and frowned worriedly. The entire military camp is under martial law now. How can we get out? Besides, if she and Mu Lai suddenly disappeared from the army, Marquis Mu Yang would immediately suspect them. Qin Feng smiled faintly. "Since you can come in, you can naturally go out. We have no choice but to leave now. Marquis Mu Yang will definitely suspect you." Mu Lai pulled Yaoji's hand and said in a deep voice, "Mother, let's go. Once we're done here, we'll be able to return to Glass City." Yaoji was startled, and her expression also changed slightly. That's right, as long as they were done here, they could return to Glass City. Mu Lai no longer needed a child to follow him around all day in fear. He could even see his son. "Let's go." Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Soon, there were noises of people shouting to catch the assassin, and they could feel that they were coming over. Qin Feng grabbed Yaoji and pretended to be Mu Yang, who was holding her hostage. He then threw Mu Lai to the Mahist army shadow guard waiting outside the tent. In the eyes of outsiders, it was as if the spies of the Prince Ding mansion had been discovered and were chased here by the Chu army to kidnap Yaoji and her son. After all, Mu Lai was the only grandson of the Marquis Mu Yang residence. The Chu army did not dare to be too heavy-handed. It was inevitable that their hands and feet were tied. When old Marquis Mu Yang arrived, Qin Feng and the others had already rushed to the periphery of the Chu army's camp with Yaoji. Old Marquis Mu Yang deeply understood that ever since the expedition, everything had gone wrong. Mu Yang's crushing defeat to Lu Jingxian made Mo Jingli extremely disappointed in the Marquis Mu Yang residence. If the spies of the Prince Ding mansion were to escape because of Yaoji and Mu Lai, the Marquis Mu Yang residence would really be unlucky. Moreover, Marquis Mu Yang also had some doubts in his heart. How could it be so coincidental that the spies of the Prince Ding mansion would kidnap Yaoji? Seeing this situation, old Marquis Mu Yang made a prompt decision and shouted sternly, "Catch the assassin at all costs." "Grandfather!" Mu Lai was held in the arms of the shadow guard and cried out with a sobbing tone. Old Marquis Mu Yang's heart trembled. In the end, he hardened his heart and said, "Release the arrows." Mu Lai was his only grandson, but when it concerned the survival of the entire Marquis Mu Yang residence, old Marquis Mu Yang residence did not hesitate to abandon this grandson. As long as the Marquis Mu Yang residence was still around, as long as Mu Yang was still around, naturally he would still have a grandson in the future. Long arrows shot towards Qin Feng and the others like rain, but at this time, they were already outside the Chu army's camp. Moreover, the people who came with Qin Feng were the elites of the Qi Lin. After a while, everyone disappeared into the night. Old Marquis Muyang residents stared in the direction where the black-clothed men disappeared in a daze for a long time. After so many years together, Old Marquis Muyang residents still doted on Mu Lai very much. Although he abandoned him for the sake of the Marquis Muyang residents, it did not mean that he did not feel heartache. Now, he only hoped that the spies of the Princeton mansion would not disregard human life and would leave him a way out. Old Marquis, His Majesty summons you. Behind him, the imperial bodyguard hurried over and said in a deep voice. Old Marquis Muyang resident sighed, nodded, and turned to head towards Mo Jingli's tent. In the tent, Mo Jingli stared at Old Marquis Muyang residents and asked, "Has the spy been caught?" Old Marquis Muyang residents lowered his head and said, "The spy has escaped. Please punish me, His Majesty." Mo Jingli's face darkened, but he did not flare up. He only said lightly, "I heard that Marquis Muyang residence's wife and child were taken away by assassins." Old Marquis Muyang residence nodded and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Mo Jingli stared coldly at Old Marquis Muyang residence and asked, "What does Old Marquis Muyang residence think about the spies of the Princeton mansion?" Old Marquis Muyang residence was stunned. He did not understand the meaning of Mo Jingli's words. Mo Jingli continued, "What a coincidence. Marquis Muyang residence's military plan was leaked tonight. The spies of the Princeton mansion happened to kidnap Marquis Muyang residence's wife and child. In addition, if they wanted to kidnap, wouldn't it be more convenient to just take away the little heir? I really don't understand. What's the value of them taking away a concubine who used to be a dancer? Old Marquis, what do you think?" Hearing Mo Jingli's words, Old Marquis Muyang residence only felt his heartbeat quicken, his forehead instantly covered in dense cold sweat. The Emperor actually suspected that Yaoji was the Prince Ding mansion spy. If the Emperor took it seriously, then Marquis Muyang residence would really be finished. Your Majesty is wise. Marquis Muyang residence is loyal and devoted to the Chu state." With a plop, Old Marquis Muyang residence knelt on the ground and said hurriedly. Mo Jingli lightly snorted and said, "Get up. I was just a little curious. You must continue to investigate the Prince Ding mansion spy. If there are any more leaks of information, I will definitely execute them without mercy." "Yes, this official accepts the order." Old Marquis Muyang residence breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly responded. However, he was shocked and made up his mind to investigate this matter thoroughly. If there really was a problem with that Yaoji, then he would have a plan to deal with it. Just as Mo Jingli's mood was extremely bad, there was an endless stream of even worse news coming in. Early in the morning, Mo Jingli had just gotten up and didn't even have time to eat breakfast when an urgent report came in from outside. Reporting to the Emperor, the 4 troops our army arranged in the dark have been attacked one after another by the Mahist army and have suffered heavy losses. What? Mo Jingli, who was just about to eat, accidentally knocked over the soup bowl on the table. He suddenly stood up and said, "Summon all generals for an audience." After receiving the order, all the generals in the Chu army's camp hurriedly rushed over in a short while. Seeing Mo Jingli's expression, everyone knew that something bad had happened. They were afraid that something big had happened. Chapter 970. Mo Jingli wasn't in the mood to pay attention to their thoughts. He threw the urgent report on the ground and said, "Take a look." Old Marquis Muyang, who was standing at the front, bent down to pick it up. His expression immediately changed as he said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, I'm afraid we've really been tricked by Yunting. Princess Ding isn't even in the Mahist army. 2 days ago, they sent someone to investigate, and the report they got back was that Princess Ding was in the army. Now that they thought about it, it was probably just Yunting's trick. Princess Ding wasn't even in Cold Valley Pass from the beginning." Yili. Mo Jingli gnashed his teeth in anger. "If that's the case, don't blame I for being ruthless." Mo Jingli was so angry that he even forgot to call himself the Emperor. "Pass down my order. Exterminate Yunting's army immediately." Mo Jingli said sternly. "Yes, Your Majesty." Looking at Mo Jingli's ferocious expression, the generals didn't dare to say more and just accepted the order in a low voice. A guard hurried to Mo Jingli with a letter and presented it with both hands. Mo Jingli opened the letter and glanced at the people below coldly. Finally, his gaze fell on old Marquis Muyang's outstretched hand. He said indifferently, "Marquis Muyang, stay here. The rest of you can leave." Everyone looked at old Marquis Muyang sympathetically and left one after another. Mo Jingli held the letter in his hand and looked at old Marquis Muyang coldly. "Old Marquis Mu, do you know what you wrote in this letter?" Old Marquis Muyang's heart tightened. He knew it was probably related to him. He thought for a while and asked carefully, "Your Majesty, is it about Yaoji and Mu Lai last night?" Old Marquis Muyang felt very complicated. He didn't know if he was worried about Yaoji's relationship with the Princeton mansion or Mu Lai's life or death. Mo Jingli sneered. "Senior Marquis Mu, I remember that Yaoji was missing for several years." Old Marquis Muyang nodded. "Yes, Your Majesty. Do you know where Yaoji was and what she did during those years?" Mo Jingli asked. Old Marquis Muyang's back was drenched in sweat. He dared not answer. Mo Jingli slammed the letter on the desk and said sternly, "Yaoji was in Glass City during those years, and he even opened a tea house. Good job. I trusted the house of Marquis Muyang so much. It turns out that the traitor was right beside me." Old Marquis Muyang's legs turned to jelly as he knelt on the ground. Your Majesty is wise. Those are all done by that bitch Yaoji." Marquis Muyang's mansion had nothing to do with the Prince Ding mansion. This old minister and Prince Ding have enmity. How could this old minister rely on Prince Ding? "Your Majesty, please understand." Mo Jingli narrowed his eyes and said, "You can't? Then what about Muyang? Since ancient times, women have always been a hero's grave. Would Muyang rely on the Prince Ding mansion because of Yaoji? 100,000 men couldn't defeat Lu Jinxian's 5,000 men, and he even came back alive. Old Marquis Muyang, how can I trust you? Many things will be fine if you don't think about it. Once you think about it, a lot of questions will come to your mind and you can't stop them." Mo Jingli was a suspicious person. What's more, the house of Marquis Muyang wasn't loyal to him from the beginning. Since Marquis Muyang could betray Mo Jingqi and pledge loyalty to him, naturally, he could betray him and pledge loyalty to Mo Xiaoyao. Thinking of this, his gaze on old Marquis Muyang became more and more unfriendly. Old Marquis Muyang secretly complained in his heart, but he also understood that no matter how much he tried to explain, Mo Jingli would only think that he was quibbling. In his heart, he just wanted to skin Yaoji and pull out her tendons. He never thought that he would be tricked by his son's woman in the end. "Your Majesty." Old Marquis Muyang opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Mo Jingli didn't want to listen to him anymore. He snorted and said, "Enough. I don't want to listen to you anymore." Old Marquis Muyang quickly shook his head and said, "No. Your Majesty, please listen to me. Yaoji, that bitch, will definitely go to Yang'er after leaving the camp. I beg you, Your Majesty." Mo Jingli sneered and said, "I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. Don't worry, you will be reunited with Muyang soon. Guards, go away." He was grabbed by the guards and dragged out of the tent without any hesitation. Old Marquis Muyang knew that the situation was hopeless. It was useless to say anything more, so he could only shut his mouth. In the camp of the Chu Army's West Army, Muyang was discussing military matters with General Shishi and Lei Tingfeng. A guard came in and reported, "General Mu, there's a child outside who wants to see you. He said he is the heir of the Marquis Muyang's residence." Muyang was slightly startled. He was a little curious why Mu Lai came to find him alone. Lei Tingfeng's eyes flashed and said with a smile, "Brother Mu, you should go and see if anything happened to the heir first." Muyang nodded. Mu Lai's sudden arrival also made him a little worried about what happened. Lei Tingfeng's suggestion was naturally to his liking. He stood up and cupped his hands towards Lei Tingfeng and said, "Thank you, heir." When he left the camp, he saw Mu Lai standing outside in a mess and shivering. It was only the beginning of February, and the north was still chilly. Mu Lai was wearing tattered clothes. Even his lips had turned purple from all the movement. Mu Yang hurriedly took off his clothes and hugged him. He asked anxiously, "Liar, why are you here alone?" Mu Lai's trembling lips moved and said, "Mother, mother." Before he could say anything, tears flowed out first. Mu Yang was shocked and hurriedly asked, "What happened to your mother?" Mu Lai looked at Mu Yang in a daze. Finally, he burst into tears. Seeing him like this, it was obvious that he was frightened. Mu Yang hugged him tenderly and said softly, "Good child, don't be afraid. Come and tell father what happened." Mu Lai leaned into Mu Yang's arms and said while sobbing, bad people took mother and Liar away. After that, Liar escaped. I wanted to go back and ask grandfather to save mother, but they said grandfather was captured by the emperor. Wah, father, save mother, save grandfather. What? Mu Yang was taken aback by such a drastic change. He supported Mu Lai and asked, "You said your grandfather was captured by the emperor? Why?" Mu Lai was stunned. He shook his head and said, I don't know. Lai, I heard it from someone else. Lai didn't dare to go back, so I begged a kind uncle to bring Lai to find father. Mu Lai was young, so his words were also intermittent and disjointed. Mu Yang couldn't help but panic. Lei Tingfeng, who followed them out, also heard their conversation. He looked thoughtfully at Mu Lai, who was sobbing in Mu Yang's arms, and said in a low voice, "Brother Mu, don't be anxious. Ask properly first. Besides, the Cold Valley Pass isn't far from here. If something really happened, news should come quickly. Little Air, how did you get here?" The Cold Valley Pass wasn't far from here, but it wasn't near either. No matter what, it was still a distance of 200 miles. How could a child come all the way here alone? Mu Lai sobbed and shook his head in Mu Yang's arms. He said, "Well, I don't know. I rode here." Chapter 971. You rode a horse here? Lei Tingfeng raised his eyebrows. Whose horse? Who brought you here? Woo-woo. I don't know. Father, save mother. She's lost a lot of blood. Liar is scared. Mu Yang hurriedly pulled him into his arms and patted him gently. Okay, don't be scared. It's okay now. Liar is good. After bringing Mu Lai into his tent, Mu Yang carefully questioned him. Only then did he find out what had happened from Mu Lai's mouth. It turned out that 2 days after Mu Yang left, the Mahist army spies hidden in the army couldn't sit still anymore. They were discovered by the Chu army and took Mu Lai and Yaoji hostage when they escaped. After that, Yaoji tried to help Mu Lai escape. Mu Lai wanted to go back and ask his grandfather to help save his mother, but he heard that the old Marquis Mu Yang was also captured. That was why he begged a kind passerby to send him here. Mu Yang was already worried when he heard Mu Lai's words. Lei Tingfeng, who was also present, was also much calmer. At the same time, he noticed more details that Mu Yang didn't notice. Lei Tingfeng smiled at Mu Lai and asked, "Little Air, where's the person who sent you here?" Mu Yang heard this and couldn't help but frown. "Brother Lei, what do you mean?" Mu Yang and Lei Tingfeng got along well these days, so Mu Yang didn't want to embarrass Lei Tingfeng. However, Lei Tingfeng's question made him feel a little uncomfortable. Lei Tingfeng smiled. "Brother Mu, there's a war here. Don't you think it's strange that the little Air could meet a passerby riding a horse? Normally, people would stay away from places where there was a war. Why would someone have the leisure to send a child to the military camp on a horse?" Mu Yang looked at Lei Tingfeng angrily. "Brother Lei, are you saying that Liar is lying?" Lei Tingfeng frowned slightly. "Brother Mu, you misunderstood. That's not what I meant. It's just a little strange. The little Air is still young. It's inevitable that he will be used." Mu Yang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "No matter what, let's find out what's going on first. Brother Lei, I'll have to trouble you with the army for a few days. I have to make a trip back." "No." Mu Lai grabbed Mu Yang's hand tightly and refused to let go. "Father, don't go back. His Majesty will kill you." They said. His Majesty wanted to capture her father and kill him along with her grandfather. Liar didn't want his father to die. Woo-woo. Mu Yang's face turned even uglier. He believed most of Mu Lai's words, but but he didn't understand why the emperor wanted to capture his father. Just as he was deep in thought, a sharp voice came from outside the door. The imperial edict has arrived. Marquis Muyang, receive the decree. Muyang hurriedly settled Mu Lai down and hurriedly left the tent. When he saw the expression of a eunuch beside Mo Jingli standing in the middle of the tent, his heart couldn't help but sink. Your subject, Muyang, receives the decree. Muyang respectfully knelt down to receive the decree. That eunuch glanced at Muyang and opened the bright yellow imperial edict in his hand. He said in a deep voice, Marquis Muyang's residence colluded with the Prince Ding mansion and committed treason. Muyang's military power will be removed, and he will be escorted back to the camp. Choose a day to deal with him. That eunuch closed the imperial edict and ordered in a sharp voice, Why aren't you arresting Muyang? Wait, Muyang said in a clear voice. May I ask, eunuch, when did Muyang collude with the Prince Ding mansion? What did I commit treason? That eunuch sneered and said, You'll have to ask Marquis Muyang himself. I'm here on His Majesty's order to arrest him. Don't tell me Marquis Muyang wants to defy the edict. Muyang gritted his teeth and said, If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Muyang is not convinced. The eunuch sneered, Not convinced? If Marquis Muyang has anything to say, just say it in front of His Majesty. I'm here on orders. I hope Marquis Muyang will not make things difficult. But I'm afraid Marquis Muyang has nothing to say. Old Marquis Muyang was beheaded this morning. What? Father. Muyang's face changed greatly. He didn't expect Mu Lai to say that his father was captured by Mo Jingli and was beheaded so quickly. The eunuch acted as if he didn't see Muyang's face change. He said proudly, Marquis Muyang should just obediently surrender. Your father has already confessed that Marquis Muyang colluded with the Prince Ding mansion. Muyang's face turned green and white. He knew his family situation better than anyone else. If it was possible, his father naturally wouldn't refuse to seek refuge with the Prince Ding mansion. But the problem was that when his father acted on Mo Jingqi's order to attack Princess Ding, he had already formed a huge enmity with the Prince Ding mansion. Even if he sought refuge with anyone, he would never seek refuge with the Prince Ding mansion. How could his father admit to such a ridiculous crime? Unless it was a confession made under torture. Thinking of this, Muyang was indescribably sad and indignant. My Mu family is loyal and devoted to His Majesty, but His Majesty treats human life like grass. How can a loyal official not be bitterly disappointed? The eunuch frowned and waved his hand impatiently. Take down Marquis Muyang so that we can go back and report. The guards on his left and right hurriedly stepped forward to capture Muyang. Although Muyang was young, Marquis Muyang had spent half his life in glory. Moreover, he was also very good at conducting himself. There were also many loyal family generals in the Marquis Muyang mansion. Old Marquis Muyang was inexplicably beheaded by the emperor. How could these people let Muyang be captured? For a moment, the relationship between both sides became tense. By the time General Shibei arrived, most of the people brought by the eunuch had already been killed. Only 2 guards were left, and they managed to escape from the barracks. Several li away from the military camp, that eunuch who delivered the decree looked at the people standing not far away with a pale face. His limbs were weak. The last 2 guards beside him also collapsed in front of him. The eunuch was also very good at reading people's expressions. He hurriedly stepped forward and said with a flattering smile, Commander Qin, this lowly one did as you said. That Muyang was so daring that he actually killed the guards sent by His Majesty. Commander Qin, please spare this lowly one's life. Qin Feng looked back at the flattering eunuch in front of him and said with a smile, You don't have to worry. I won't kill you. That eunuch was stunned, but his heart was overjoyed. He originally thought that delivering the decree would be a simple task. He didn't expect that he would be captured by the people from the Prince Ding mansion before he even set off. In the end, he could only deceive Muyang according to Qin Feng's words. Old Marquis Muyang was killed. He even almost became a ghost under Muyang's blade. Now that he finally got his life back, he was naturally overjoyed. Not only will I not kill you, I will also send someone to send you back safely. Do you know what to say when you go back? This lowly one understands. This lowly one understands. Muyang dared to defy the decree and even killed the emperor's envoy. He intended to rebel. That eunuch quickly said. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Very good. I like to deal with smart people. Chapter 972. Muyang's face turned even uglier as he watched the eunuch who delivered the decree leave in a sorry state. His father's unjust death, Yaoji's disappearance, and Mo Jingli's suspicions were all like a mountain pressing down on Muyang's head. Muyang's face turned ashen as he looked at the corpses of the imperial guards all over the ground. The general of the western region, Zhao Yin, had some friendship with the old Marquis Muyang. When he heard the news and rushed over, the situation in front of him was already out of control. However, although he had a friendship with the old Marquis Muyang, it wasn't deep enough for him to gamble his family's name for this friendship. He could only order someone to put Muyang under house arrest in the army and personally write a letter to have it sent to Mo Jingli's hands on a horse. Unfortunately, he didn't know that his memorial had turned into a pile of ashes less than 20 li away from the army camp. Zhao Yin and Lei Tingfeng were both sitting in Muyang's tent. They couldn't help but sigh as they watched Muyang hugging the sleeping Mulai. To be honest, neither Zhao Yin nor Lei Tingfeng believed that the Marquis Muyang's residents would seek refuge with the Prince Ding mansion. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that they couldn't. Lei Tingfeng felt that something was wrong, but the old Marquis Muyang was dead. He was afraid that Muyang. Thinking of this, Lei Tingfeng secretly gave Zhao Yin a look. Zhao Yin sighed helplessly in his heart. He was considered a veteran of the Dechu state. Although he hadn't fought any earth-shattering battles in his life, he could be said to be experienced and knowledgeable. Originally, Mo Jingli's decision to go to the north had caused many people to secretly mutter in their hearts. Now that the war had just begun, the emperor had already executed one of his important subordinates. This caused many people to feel uneasy. The soldiers who were close to the Marquis Muyang's residence were even more indignant. If Muyang had any other intentions, the army would be in chaos. Originally, for the sake of the stability of the army, Zhao Yin should have made a prompt decision to arrest Muyang. However, half of the generals in his camp were either Marquis Muyang's former subordinates or had an old relationship with Marquis Muyang's mansion. Not to mention the emperor. Even Zhao Yin himself was occasionally secretly worried in his heart. Could it be that Marquis Muyang's household really had some ulterior motives? Marquis Muyang. After thinking about it, Zhao Yin decided to persuade him first. With Lu Jinxian's army at the border, the army could not afford to fall into chaos. Muyang smiled bitterly. General Zhao is too polite. Am I still some Marquis Muyang? Zhao Yin sighed and said, there must be some misunderstanding. This old man has personally written a report to explain to the emperor. General, please don't be impatient. Even if there was some misunderstanding, Mo Jingli shouldn't have killed my father. Muyang said sternly, a trace of shocking hatred flashing through his eyes. Zhao Yin was secretly shocked. This time, no matter what, the house of Marquis Muyang would be at odds with the emperor. Mother! In Muyang's arms, Mulai let out a small sob in his sleep. Muyang's heart ached even more. He picked up Mulai and got up to walk out. Muyang, where are you going? Zhao Yin quickly asked. Muyang turned back and said in a low voice, I'm going to save Yaoji. In this situation, how could Zhao Yin dare to let him lead the troops away? He quickly said, how do you know where Madame Mu is now? Let's send someone to investigate first. Besides, you should know that once you leave, if Muyang really left like this, he would become a traitor even if he didn't. Muyang sneered and said, it's already like this. Do I still care about these things? Zhao Yin gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, fine, I won't stop you if you want to leave. But you can't take the troops away. If Muyang took the troops away, his life wouldn't be far away. Muyang sneered. If he left alone, he wouldn't be able to do anything. As long as Mo Jingli sent someone to hunt him down, they would be able to kill him, not to mention saving people. At the side, Lei Tengfeng frowned and said, Marquis Muyang, don't be impatient. Don't you think this matter is a little strange? Muyang and Zhao Lian looked at Lei Tengfeng at the same time. Lei Tengfeng said in a low voice, Emperor Chu isn't a fool. If he really wanted to kill Marquis Muyang, why would he spread the news of the old Marquis Muyang's death so quickly and only send a dozen guards to deliver the decree? Isn't he afraid that Marquis Muyang will disobey the decree and even rebel on the spot? Muyang looked at Lei Tengfeng and said coldly, Does Heir Genom of Gojoseon mean that my father is fine? Or is the person who delivered the decree not Mo Jingli's men, but someone else in disguise? Lei Tengfeng was speechless. They also knew the people around Mo Jingli. If it was a disguise, it was impossible to be flawless in front of so many people. They had even seen those dead Imperial guards in Mo Jingli's army before. How could it be a fake? After a long time, Lei Tengfeng sighed and said, Brother Mu, if you believe me, wait for another day. Let us figure out the news from the camp first. At that time, if it's true, I will personally escort Brother Mu out of the camp. If Emperor Chu blames me, I will also bear the responsibility. It will also save General Zhao a lot of trouble. Zhao Yin naturally agreed when he heard this. No matter what, it was most important to stabilize Muyang first. Otherwise, there would be a mutiny in the army soon. He nodded and said, Heir Lei is right. Nephew, if it's true, this old man won't stop you. Muyang was silent for a moment. Finally, he nodded and said, All right, let's wait for another day. In the Chu army's camp, Mo Jingli gloomily stared at the trembling eunuch kneeling before him. He said in a deep voice, What did you say? The eunuch who delivered the decree had a pale face. He said in a trembling voice, Your Majesty, please spare my life. Your Majesty, please spare my life. This servant is incompetent. Marquis Muyang refused to accept the decree and even said, Marquis Muyang's household is loyal and devoted to the Chu state. Your Majesty is muddle-headed and harmed the loyal. He killed all the Imperial guards sent by Your Majesty. Fortunately, General Shishi arrived in time and saved this servant's life. While speaking, the eunuch was already sobbing. He had a frightened and timid appearance. Mo Jingli stared at him for a long time. He saw that the eunuch's clean clothes were stained with blood and dust. His expression was also full of exhaustion and fear, as well as pain. It was obvious that he had also suffered some injuries. Good Marquis Muyang, good Muyang. Bring Mu Jingming here for me. Mu Jingming was old Marquis Muyang's real name. However, he was conferred the title of Marquis Muyang when he was young. Therefore, there were very few people who called him by his real name. Not long after, old Marquis Muyang was escorted into the tent by the Imperial Guards. It had only been 2 days, but old Marquis Muyang, who was originally full of energy, had aged a lot. His originally white hair was a little messy, and his pair of sharp eyes had also become a little dim. Life in prison naturally wouldn't be that good. He looked old and powerless. Mu Jingming, what else do you have to say? Mo Jingli asked sternly. Old Marquis Muyang was startled. He didn't understand what had happened to make Mo Jingli so angry. Then, he glanced at the eunuch who was kneeling in a sorry state. Old Marquis Muyang's heart shook, and he seemed to have understood something. This servant has been wronged. Your Majesty, please investigate. Although he had already guessed what had happened, old Marquis Muyang couldn't admit it. He could only play dumb. Mo Jingli sneered. Investigate? You said that Muyang didn't have any rebellious thoughts? But he dared to kill the Imperial guards that I sent to deliver the Imperial edict. He dared to scold me for being muddle-headed. Is this what you meant by Marquis Muyang's residents being loyal and devoted to the Chu state? Chapter 973. Your Majesty, this must be a misunderstanding. My son would never be so rude. Old Marquis Muyang said anxiously. He knew Muyang's character. He would never act so impulsively. Moreover, he was still in the Chu army's camp. Even if Muyang was afraid of breaking the vases, he would never rashly kill the person the emperor sent to deliver the decree. The eunuch kneeling at the side had a thought and screamed, Old Marquis Mu, are you saying that we are lying to the emperor? Are we framing Marquis Muyang? Your Majesty, this servant has been wronged. Please send someone you trust to investigate, so this servant will not be wronged. Thousands of soldiers witnessed Marquis Muyang killing the guards sent by Your Majesty. This servant does not believe that Marquis Muyang can shut so many people's mouths. Moreover, although General Shilu only arrived after the incident, Heir Jinim of Gojoseon was present from the beginning to the end. Your Majesty, please investigate. Seeing the eunuch's grief and indignation, Mo Jingli believed him even more. Moreover, he had already suspected the house of Marquis Muyang. The people below were only adding fuel to the fire. With a sneer, Mo Jingli said, "Of course I will investigate. Gao Ming, bring my decree and tell General Shilu Zhao Lian to bring Muyang to me. If he disobeys, execute him on the spot." A general stepped out and cupped his hands. This general obeys. This general will definitely bring Muyang back to beg for forgiveness. Mo Jingli snorted. He was not interested in whether Muyang would beg for forgiveness or not. He was only worried that Muyang would bring the hundreds of thousands of soldiers under him for breakfast. After all, the Mu family still had some influence in the Dechu State's army. After thinking for a while, Mo Jingli said, "I will give you another 50,000 elite soldiers to assist General Shilu in defending against Lu Jinxian's troops." "Yes, thank you, Your Majesty." Gao Ming thanked him loudly. Of course, he understood Mo Jingli's meaning. These 50,000 elite soldiers were not really for him to defend against Lu Jinxian. If Muyang had any strange movements, he would be able to join forces with General Shilu to suppress him. Old Marquis Muyang looked at the tall and upright Gao Ming, who seemed to be full of righteousness, and felt a sense of despair in his heart. It was impossible for anyone to only have friends and not have enemies. Coincidentally, Gao Ming and the Mu family had always been at odds. The Mu family was a family of generals. Gao Ming and Mu Yang were close in age, but Mu Yang's family background was far from what Gao Ming, who came from a humble background, could compare with. Therefore, even though Gao Ming had followed Mo Jingli since he was still a prince with no real power, after Mo Jingli ascended the throne, his status was still far inferior to Mo Jingli. It could be said that the entire Chu army knew that the two of them were not on good terms. Mo Jingli sent him over, although he might have been worried that Mu Yang would be merciful because of his good relationship with him. However, sending Gao Ming was equivalent to cutting off the house of Marquis Muyang. Old Marquis Muyang fell to the ground dejectedly. Mo Jingli didn't even bother to look at him and left in a huff. The eunuch who had been kneeling at the side hurriedly got up and ordered people to bring Old Marquis Muyang back to the prison to be closely guarded. Old Marquis Muyang glared fiercely at the eunuch. He keenly felt that there must be something wrong. However, he was currently imprisoned by Mo Jingli. Even if he wanted to investigate the truth, he couldn't do anything. That eunuch looked around to make sure there was no one around. Suddenly, he approached Old Marquis Muyang and laughed softly. He lowered his voice and said, "Old Marquis, don't blame me. Who told you to offend someone you shouldn't? It really is you." Old Marquis Muyang scolded harshly. "What are you still standing there for? Why aren't you taking him away and guarding him properly? If the Prince Ding Mansion rescues him, none of us will be able to live." That eunuch waved his hand and said sharply. Old Marquis Muyang was dragged out without any resistance. A day later, the news that came made everyone feel very helpless. Reporting to the great general, the emperor ordered General Gao Ming to lead 50,000 elite troops to assist the great general. The tent was instantly filled with a heavy atmosphere. The general of the Marquis Muyang's expression was extremely ugly. Muyang sneered. 50,000 elite troops to assist General Zhao. His words were full of mockery. Everyone present understood what he meant by help. What could 50,000 men do? Right now, there were more than 100,000 soldiers of the Western Army in the camp. Muyang had 100,000 soldiers, and Lei Tingfeng had more than 100,000 soldiers. The total military strength was more than 400,000. The military strength was already twice that of Lu Jingxian. Right now, these 50,000 soldiers were probably not used to deal with Lu Jingxian. They were used to guard against Muyang. Zhao Yin let out a long sigh and asked, "Where is General Gao?" The soldier reported, "General Gao's army is already 30 li away." In addition, General Gao sent an order. "Marquis Muyang intends to rebel. General, please take him down immediately. When General Gao arrives, he could be escorted back to the camp for the emperor to deal with." As soon as the words came out, the generals of the Marquis Muyang's residence all stood up and stared at everyone with an unfriendly expression. Just when Zhao Yin was in a dilemma, the sound of war drums came from outside the camp. Zhao Yin was shocked. He quickly made a decision and said in a deep voice, "The Maoist army is calling for a fight. Generals, follow this general out of the camp to meet them." After that, he walked out directly without caring about Muyang and the others. Lei Tingfeng stood up and looked at Muyang, who was standing on the side. He sighed and shook his head and followed out. In the tent, the remaining generals of the Marquis Muyang's residence asked in a low voice. Marquis Muyang closed his eyes and said decisively, "Those who are willing to stay, follow General Zhao out of the camp to meet them. Those who are willing to follow me, we will leave now." Among the people present, a few silently left and followed Zhao Yin out. The rest were all willing to follow Muyang. Although their choices were different, no one was in the mood to despise anyone at this time. It was not an easy path to follow Muyang. The Marquis Muyang's residence was not as powerful as the Princeton mansion. It was not like you could become a king just because you brought an army with you. Those who were willing to follow Muyang could be said to be the confidants of the Marquis Muyang's residence. If not, they were the saviors of the Marquis Muyang's residence. Muyang glanced at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Muyang thanks everyone. Go back and gather your troops. We will leave immediately." Therefore, outside the camp, two groups of troops left the camp one after the other, but they went to different places. When Muyang came, he brought 100,000 troops with him. However, only 30,000 to 40,000 people followed him. Looking at the direction Muyang left with his troops, Zhao Yin sighed slightly. There was a hint of regret in his somewhat bleak eyes. Muyang probably wouldn't be able to go far in the future. Originally, if he was given time, Muyang would become a general not inferior to his father. But now, Muyang only had 30 to 40,000 men. He had neither rations nor reinforcements. It could be said that his future was already sealed. Lei Tingfeng stood beside Zhao Yin and asked faintly, "General Zhao, won't you regret letting him go just like that?" Zhao Yin sighed and said, "This old man has done his best. It's better than a mutiny." Lei Tingfeng nodded in agreement. Letting Muyang take 30,000 to 40,000 people away would not be a big hindrance to the army. However, if Muyang was really captured or killed, the generals who were originally on good terms with the Marquis Muyang's residence would inevitably feel sympathy. At that time, if they were instigated by someone with ulterior motives, the loss would not be limited to these 30,000 to 40,000 people. Chapter 974. However, how are you going to explain this to Emperor Chu? Mo Jingli was not a magnanimous person who cared about the big picture. He probably wouldn't be able to see Zhao Yin retreat for the sake of the army's safety. He would only see Zhao Yin disobeying the decree and letting Muyang go. Zhao Yin smiled bitterly and said, "This old man will do his best. Moreover, I might die on the battlefield at any time. What's the point of thinking so much?" To be honest, this old man really doesn't have much confidence in dealing with Lu Jingxian. Seeing how the Marquis Muyang was dealt with, Zhao Yin's heart was not completely unaffected. However, as a subject, if the emperor wants the subject to die, the subject must die. General is righteous. Lei Tingfeng praised sincerely. On the other hand, Muyang had only left the camp for 4 hours before he met with Gao Ming's army. Originally, the two armies would not meet so quickly. However, when Gao Ming was about to reach the camp, he received news that Muyang had already escaped with his army. He immediately turned his troops around and chased after them. At the same time, he quickly sent a letter to Mo Jingli's camp, stating that Mu Yang had already led his army to betray him. He even did not forget to complain about Zhao Yan. Gao Ming always felt that he had worked so hard for Mo Jingli all these years. However, he was always suppressed by these generals from large families. Now that he had the opportunity, how could he let it go? When the two armies met, Gao Ming immediately gave the order to charge forward. Amidst the chaos, there were countless casualties. Just as Gao Ming was feeling pleased with himself, he saw a group of black soldiers charging out from the side and surrounding the two armies that were fighting. Gao Ming saw the black flag fluttering in the wind and was so scared that he almost fell off his horse. He shouted in fear, "Mahist army! Black Cloud cavalry!" Mu Yang's face also darkened. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. The Black Cloud cavalry's strength was naturally not something that these normal Chu army soldiers could compare to. After a series of rampage, the Chu army's formation was immediately shattered. The leading black-clothed man said in a deep voice, "If you are willing to submit to the Prince Ding mansion, then stop immediately." The black-clothed man's voice carried a deep internal energy that spread in all directions. These soldiers were already dizzy from the sudden infighting. Now, they were frightened by the Black Cloud cavalry. Originally, these soldiers did not have any ill feelings towards the Mahist army. They even had some fear and dissatisfaction towards the battle with the Prince Ding mansion. At this time, under the lead of someone, many people quickly put down their weapons and left. Soon, many peoples to put down their weapons, and even protect them from the swords and swords. To protect them, to protect. In less than half an hour, the entire battlefield had quieted down. The number of soldiers who chose to throw down their weapons and surrender to Prince Ding's residence was as high as tens of thousands. Both Mu Yang's and Gao Ming's men were present. Mu Yang was still protected by a few loyal guards as he continued to resist the Mahist army. Gao Ming had already fallen into the hands of the Mahist army. The black-clothed general carried Gao Ming forward and said in a deep voice, "Stand down." The Black Cloud cavalry soldiers that were originally surrounding Mu Yang immediately stopped and respectfully moved to the side. Mu Yang stared at the black-clothed man in front of him for a while. He finally said with a frown, "You are Qin Feng." Mu Yang and Qin Feng had only met a few times. However, Mu Yang still remembered the silent man who was said to be the commander of the Prince Ding Mansion's most mysterious Qi Lin. Qin Feng nodded his head without a care. He casually threw Gao Ming at Mu Yang's feet. Gao Ming stood up with a dispirited expression. He looked at Qin Feng with some fear. He only felt that he was very unlucky. He had always been suppressed by Mu Yang. Now that Mu Yang was about to be unlucky, he was sent by the emperor to capture Mu Yang. However, he still ended up being captured by the Mahist army along with Mu Yang. At this moment, Gao Ming truly felt that Mu Yang was his nemesis. "You, the traitor of the Prince Ding mansion. How dare you? This general is a general of the Chu state." Gao Ming looked at Qin Feng, who didn't care about him at all. He roared fiercely. The general beside Qin Feng twitched his mouth. He couldn't help but lower his head and cough lightly. "Commander Qin, is there something wrong with this guy? Was the status of a general of the Chu state something to be proud of? Especially now that the two armies were fighting against each other, and they had already become prisoners." Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and smiled. "So what if he's a general of the Chu state? Now that the two armies are facing each other, wouldn't the more generals of the Chu state that I killed, the greater the merit?" Hearing this, Gao Ming's face instantly paled. He didn't dare to say anything else. Mu Yang stared at Qin Feng and frowned. "Princess Ding's methods are good?" It seems that Princess Ding had already predicted that this one and General Gao would meet here. "Please ask Princess Ding to come out and meet me," Qin Feng said indifferently. "The princess consort isn't here right now. I'm afraid that Marquis Mu Yang won't be able to do as he wishes." Mu Yang frowned. "I wonder if my humble wife was taken away by Commander Qin's men? She's just an innocent girl. As a general, Commander Qin probably wouldn't make things difficult for a weak girl who doesn't know anything." "Doesn't know anything?" Qin Feng's expression was a bit strange. Muyang nodded. That's right. This one was defeated by Commander Qin. Even if I die, I have no regrets. However, my humble wife and servant have nothing to do with this matter. Please be magnanimous and let them go. Qin Feng looked at Muyang and shook his head, saying indifferently, what a pity. Actually, Muyang himself wasn't a hateful person. If Marquis Muyang's mansion didn't offend Prince Ding, he wouldn't be so unlucky. Even at this point, he still didn't forget to plead for Yaoji. He could be considered loyal. Unfortunately, they all served their own masters and stood on different sides. However, Muyang had to die. Commander Qin. Muyang's expression changed slightly. Qin Feng said casually, of course I won't hurt Yaoji and Mu Lai. Because... Muyang stared at Qin Feng, not knowing what he wanted to say. Suddenly, he felt a cold pain in his abdomen. He looked down in astonishment and saw Mu Lai's big, smiling eyes in his arms. There was actually an obedient and innocent smile. Mu Lai said with a grin, because I'm a member of the Prince Ding Mansion. Chapter 975. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. While Muyang was in a daze, Mu Lai, who was originally sitting in his arms, flew up and pounced toward Qin Feng. But because everyone was shocked by this sudden change, none of the guards beside Muyang actually stopped him, allowing him to fall to Qin Feng's side. After being father and son for a few years, Muyang realized that he didn't understand his son at all. At least, he didn't know that he had such good qigong. Mu Lai stood beside Qin Feng and smiled as he waved the dagger in his hand. Godfather, how is it? Qin Feng patted Mu Lai's head with praise, causing Mu Lai to smile happily. Qin Feng's praise wasn't just the praise of a father to his son, but more importantly, it was the praise of a Qi Lin commander to a future member. Mu Lai, who had made it his life's goal to become the youngest official member of Qi Lin, was naturally very happy. Muyang painfully covered his abdomen, which was bleeding profusely, and bent over on the horse's back. He looked in disbelief at his son, who was very familiar, yet strangely unfamiliar. Wow. Mu Lai looked at Muyang and sighed helplessly. He said faintly, do you still not understand? I'm not your son. What? Muyang shook his head absent-mindedly. He felt that everything in front of him was ridiculous. He even thought that he was hallucinating because he was too tired these days. After a while, he looked up at Mu Lai and said, you're not Lai, then who are you? What did you do to Lai? Mu Lai said, I am Mu Lai, but your son's name isn't Mu Lai. Back then, you didn't even ask what Yaoji named the child. Muyang couldn't hold on any longer and finally fell from the horse's back. The guards beside him quickly supported him and glared angrily at Mu Lai, who was beside Qin Feng. Mu Lai shrugged innocently. Seeing Muyang's pale face due to pain and shock, Mu Lai couldn't bear it. Speaking of which, Muyang really didn't treat him badly all these years. Although he was secretly harmed by his wife a few times, who didn't have some shameful private matters in a noble family. Unfortunately, the house of Marquis Muyang had offended someone they shouldn't have. Back when they arrived in Chu capital, Prince Ding had already decided the end for the house of Marquis Muyang. The peaceful days of the past few years had already been earned. You're from Prince Ding Mansion. Muyang gritted his teeth and asked, where's my son? Mu Lai's Marquis, Muyang's Marquis' house of Marquis, Muyang's Marquis. Could it be that Ding Wang Fu is unwilling to let go of a newborn baby? Thinking of this possibility, Muyang's heart could not help but tremble. Perhaps his son was long dead, and the one he doted on all these years was just a spy planted by Princess Ding in the house of Marquis. If it wasn't me who stayed in the house of Marquis all these years, your son would have been killed by your wife. Mu Lai curled his lips and said discontentedly, if it was really Yaoji and a child who didn't know anything who returned to the house of Marquis, that child would have died many times over. Mu Lai was a little resentful towards Muyang's accusation. Muyang was stunned for a long time. Then he suddenly laughed out loud. Looking at Mu Lai, he said, were you the one who leaked the defense and secrets of the battle with Lu Jingxian? The Prince Ding Mansion is really something. Even a child can. Mu Lai pursed his lips and smiled, but didn't answer him. The excessive blood loss made Mu Yang a little dizzy. Perhaps he also understood that he couldn't escape today, so he didn't force himself. Waving his hand, he broke free from his subordinate's support and let himself fall to the ground. After resting for a moment, Mu Yang opened his eyes and asked, "How is Yaoji? Even if you're not her son, she's been good to you these years." "You can't even." Mulai was a little embarrassed and didn't speak. In fact, he originally hoped that Mu Yang wouldn't ask this question. It would be less painful if he didn't know anything. It would also save Yaoji from dealing with the current situation. He didn't expect Mu Yang to still ask. Mulai looked up at Qin Feng, and Qin Feng looked at Mu Yang indifferently. A clear female voice came from behind the crowd. "Let me say it." The Mahist army stepped aside, and Yaoji strolled out from behind, looking at them indifferently. Mu Yang looked at Yaoji in front of him. She was dressed in white, and the white fox cloak made her look even fairer and more delicate. She was different from her usual glamorous self. Although she didn't wear the luxurious clothes of the House of Marquis, she looked more peaceful and elegant. Obviously, she didn't suffer much these days. Looking at the woman in front of him, Mu Yang finally squeezed out a bitter smile. Seeing the situation in front of him, what else didn't he understand? "Why, Yaoji, cough, cough, why'd you do this?" Mu Yang looked at the woman in front of him in pain, as if Yaoji's appearance was more painful than the stab Mu Lai gave him just now. Yaoji looked at him indifferently and said, "Do you still remember the letter I left behind when I fled with the child?" Mu Yang was a little dazed. After a while, he remembered and nodded. "I remember. You said that you didn't want to see me or anyone from the House of Marquis Mu Yang again. But later, you came back with Lyre, I thought." Yaoji's smile was a little bitter. "You never took my words seriously. I've understood it ever since I brought Lyre back to this world. You still don't understand. I brought Lyre back not because I thought it through, but because I am a spy of the Princeton Mansion. You should have been on guard against me from the day I came back." Yaoji always believed that Mu Yang loved her very much. But Mu Yang never listened to her seriously, so Mu Yang never suspected her intention of suddenly bringing the child to the house of Marquis Mu Yang. He just thought that she had suffered enough outside with the child and naturally came back. You hate me so much?" Mu Yang said miserably. Yaoji shook her head. "No, I don't hate you. I just don't love you anymore. The Princeton Mansion and Princess Consort saved me and my child. Mu Yang, I just want my child to be safe and happy in this world, even if I have to sacrifice you." Mu Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. Mu Yang raised his hand to stop the guard who wanted to help him up. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Yaoji, I never thought that the House of Marquis Mu Yang would be destroyed by you." Looking at the clear dark clouds in the sky, Mu Yang's eyes were distant and empty. He still remembered when he was a high-spirited teenager, riding a horse on a slanted bridge and dancing with red sleeves. When he rode past the Qingqing Lane, he happened to see a beautiful woman with light makeup sitting lazily by the window, looking tired. From then on, he fell into the endless soft red and couldn't get up. But now, this woman was dressed in white and looked cold. She was no longer the beautiful dancer in the Qingqing Lane who could dance in the capital. As for him, he was no longer the romantic and elegant young man he used to be. Chapter 976. Mu Yang suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed, as if he had never laughed so wantonly in his life. But the people who heard his laughter didn't have the slightest joy on their faces. Instead, there was a bit of sadness in their dignified expressions. "Yaoji, come here. I have a few words to ask you." Mu Yang looked at Yaoji and said. Yaoji nodded and walked forward slowly. "Mother, don't!" Mu Lai cried anxiously. "Yaoji," Qin Feng frowned. Mu Yang was already at the end of his rope. No one knew if he would drag Yaoji down with him. Yaoji looked back and smiled faintly. "It's okay." Seeing her faint smile, Qin Feng's heart sank slightly. He frowned but didn't say anything to stop her. Yaoji walked to Mu Yang and squatted down. "What do you want to ask?" Mu Yang looked at her. "You're really not afraid that I'll kill you?" Although he was seriously injured now, it wasn't difficult to kill Yaoji at such a close distance. Yaoji looked indifferent and didn't say anything. Mu Yang smiled faintly and asked in a low voice, that child is in Glass City. He's fine. Yaoji said. Did the Prince Ding mansion take the child away? Mu Yang asked with a bit of hope. Maybe he still didn't believe that the woman in front of him would betray him. Maybe she had no choice but to do it for the child. Unfortunately, the cruelty of reality forced him to face it. Yaoji shook her head slightly. No, I asked to come. I don't hate you, but Marquis Muyang Mansion didn't let us go anywhere in the world. The only place I can go is the Northwest, but it has enmity with Marquis Muyang Mansion. Prince Ding wanted to destroy Marquis Muyang Mansion and make the old Marquis suffer. As for me, I want my child to live peacefully under the protection of Ding Palace. It's that simple. Prince Ding. Muyang closed his eyes in pain. Originally, the Prince Ding Mansion and Marquis Muyang's mansion did not have any enmity, but that year his father acted on the orders of the late emperor to attack Princess Ding, which brought a huge disaster to the Muyang Mansion. Over the years, Imo Jingqi was dead. More than half of the nobles in West Hill were killed or injured. Jinan Palace almost had no descendants. The king of the northern region, Ren Qining, was destroyed. Why was it that only the house of Marquis Muyang was spared? It turned out that Prince Ding had already started a deal with the house of Marquis Muyang. It was just that they didn't know about it. The glory of the house of Marquis Muyang that their father valued the most in his life would bear the infamy of being a traitor after their death. The house of Marquis Muyang would have no descendants from then on. Their children would wander about outside, and they would never even see them. However, he treated a spy of unknown origin as his only son and doted on him for a few years. Prince Ding's revenge was truly ruthless. Father isn't dead yet, is he? Mu Yang recovered from his chaotic thoughts and grabbed Yaoji to ask if Prince Ding had arranged all this to take revenge on the house of Marquis Muyang. Then he would never have let his father die so early. Yaoji sighed slightly. Looking at Mu Yang's anxious eyes, she nodded gently. Marquis Muyang was indeed not dead yet, but Yaoji knew that no one could save him. His ending had long been decided. It would definitely not be more comfortable than Mu Yang's current situation. How could Mu Yang not understand what Yaoji understood? He was also a very smart person. After knowing so many things, it only took him a moment to connect all the dots. From the moment Yaoji and Mu Lai were taken away, it was a trap aimed at the house of Marquis Muyang and perhaps Mo Jingli. Prince Ding, good move. In the end, Mu Yang could only smile bitterly. Yaoji, Qin Feng said in a low voice. They had caused quite a commotion here. If Zhao Yin's army found out and rushed over, there would be trouble. Yaoji nodded. She stood up and silently walked behind Qin Feng. Mu Yang's complicated gaze fell from Yaoji to Mu Lai, who was standing beside Qin Feng. In the end, he shook his head. Mu Yang will bear all the sins of the house of Marquis Muyang. I beg Prince Ding and Princess to spare my father's life. The people present did not respond. How could Prince Ding's decision be so easily overturned? The fact that Prince Ding could endure for so many years for the sake of tormenting the house of Marquis Muyang and did not kill the old Marquis Muyang back then was enough to explain the problem. Even if the princess personally pleaded for mercy, it might not be useful. Qin Feng said in a low voice, I will pass on your words to the prince. No one can influence the prince's decision. But Marquis Muyang will not die for the time being. The prince still wanted to see the old Marquis Muyang. Naturally, he would not let him die. Of course, if he committed suicide, it would be a different story. Mu Yang finally sighed and said, I was thinking too much. Yaoji, take care. Before his voice died away, Mu Yang's blurred eyes, due to excessive blood loss, suddenly opened. He pulled out the long sword of the guard beside him. A bloody light flashed. Mu Yang stared fixedly at the distance and gradually lost his luster. Yaoji closed her eyes and did not look at the man lying in a pool of blood behind her. She turned around and walked to the back. Mu Lai took a look at Qin Feng and also turned to follow her. Qin Feng glanced at the situation in front of him and ordered in a low voice, Go and bring Marquis Muyang out. Send Mu Yang's body to him. Even the iron-willed Black Cloud cavalry soldiers could not help but show a trace of pity when they saw this situation. They could only sigh in their hearts. The old Marquis Muyang was unlucky to provoke someone he should not provoke. On a quiet and deserted hillside, Yaoji sat alone on the hillside. She was lost in thought as she looked at the bleak scenery in the distance. Mu Lai came over and sat beside her in silence. After a long time, Yaoji smiled faintly. "Why don't you go with them?" Now that the war was fierce, Qin Feng and others could not stay here for too long. Mu Lai shook his head. "Foster father said there is nothing for me to do. I will stay to protect you." Yaoji did not want to leave with the army. Qin Feng did not force her. He only left some people to protect her secretly. Mu Lai also stayed behind. The next thing would be the battle of swords and spears on the battlefield. No matter how short the Mahist army was, they would not let a child go to the battlefield. Looking at Yaoji's dejected Muyang, Mu Lai sighed. "If you want to cry, then cry. I will not tell anyone." In fact, he also wanted to cry. He was an orphan since he was young. Although he was taken care of by the Princeton mansion and did not suffer any grievances, he was not as happy as a child who was loved by his parents. Muyang was his father for a few years. He was really good to him. No wonder the teacher who trained him said that the most important thing to be a spy was not martial arts or ability, but a heart as hard as iron. If he was like this, it was needless to say how sad Yaoji was. Yaoji smiled faintly. "I have expected this ending a few years ago. What is there to cry about?" Mu Lai looked at her and asked softly, "Did you just want Muyang to kill you?" Yaoji was silent, but Mu Lai knew he guessed right. He quickly grabbed Yaoji. "Don't think too hard. Don't forget, you still have a son. You still have me. Don't I call you mother? Do you blame me for stabbing Muyang?" Chapter 977. Yaoji shook her head and rubbed his little head. She said, "Silly child, no matter what you do, it will be the same in the end. Don't worry about me. I still have to go back to Li City and watch you and your little brother grow up safely." Mu Lai finally relaxed and asked, "Will you bring little brother back?" Yaoji shook her head. "It is good as long as he grows up safely. Also, his adoptive parents have taken care of him for so many years. Why should I disturb him? What? You don't want to raise me in the future?" Mu Lai hurriedly shook his head and said, "How can that be? Don't worry. I will take care of you and adoptive father until you grow old. If you want to see little brother, I will bring him back for you." Looking at the child, carefully looking at her, Yaoji's cold heart couldn't help but feel some warmth. She smiled faintly and leaned against Mu Lai to hum a little song. The gentle and moving tune added a bit of lingering desolation in the bleak cold spring. Yaoji looked at the setting sun in the distance, and tears silently flowed down her face in a Mahist army's camp. Lu Jingxian looked joyfully at the woman in white sitting next to him. He laughed loudly and said, "Everyone says that Qi Lin appears and disappears mysteriously. This general has seen the power of the Mahist army today. This general admires you." This time, Lu Jingxian had been able to break through the blockade of more than 100,000 soldiers with very few casualties. Qi Lin's contributions could not go unnoticed. If it wasn't for the shadow guard of the Princeton mansion delivering the news of the Chu army, Lu Jingxian would have been able to pass through, but he would have lost many soldiers. Not to mention, he had suddenly received news from the Wang Fei today, telling him to immediately attack the Chu army's Western Army camp. Originally, he had been worried. After all, the difference in numbers between the two armies was too great. It was not a good idea to attack them face to face. However, halfway through the battle, not only did Princess Ding bring reinforcements, but the Chu army also mysteriously ran away. After the soldiers returned to the camp, and hearing Wang Fei's explanation, he finally understood that in just a few short days, Wang Fei had set up such an interesting plan to cause internal strife in the Chu army. After hearing Lu Jingxian's words, Yili smiled bitterly and helplessly. "I didn't come up with this idea. Mo Xiuyao's plan was to instigate internal strife in the Chu army, but it was more to deal with the house of Marquis Muyang. Therefore, this was prepared for the house of Marquis Muyang from the very beginning. Mo Jingli could only be said to be an innocent bystander. However, he naturally couldn't tell his subordinates about this. The fewer people who knew about Prince Ding's revenge, the better. Lu Jingxian said, "Right now, Yun Ting is holding back Mo Jingli's army at the Coal Valley Pass. I'm afraid we have to act quickly." Yun Ting only had a few 100,000 soldiers. The terrain outside the Coal Valley Pass was not very advantageous for the Mahist army. If Mo Jingli steeled his heart and gave up on the few 100,000 soldiers, Yun Ting would be in danger. Yili nodded and said, "General's words are timely. Take advantage of the fact that something happened to the Western Army and their morale is low. We have to quickly send troops to deal with this. However, Lei Tingfeng is also here. I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with." Lu Jingxian said with a frown. If it was only Zhao Yin's 200,000 soldiers, the Mahist army would definitely win. However, Lei Tingfeng's Shilling army was also here. They could fight slowly, but they didn't have the time. Yili shook his head and said, "Lei Tingfeng won't fight us here." Lei Jinting didn't send Lei Tingfeng here to help Mo Jingli fight the Mahist army. Reporting to the Grand General, Wang Fei, Governor Qin has returned. Outside the tent, a guard reported. Lu Jingxian nodded and said, "Invite Commander Qin in." Qin Feng opened the curtain and came in. He said in a deep voice, "Greetings to Wang Fei and Great General." Yili looked at Qin Feng and asked, "Mu Yang?" Qin Feng said respectfully, "Mu Yang has already committed suicide. The Chu Army's General Gao Ming has surrendered. This subordinate has brought him back." Gao Ming? Yili frowned slightly. She didn't have any impression of this person. Behind her, Zhui Jing reported, "He is Mo Jingli's old minister. He has been following Mo Jingli since he was princely. However, after Mo Jingli ascended the throne, he has been suppressed by Mu Yang and doesn't get along well with the house of Marquis Mu Yang. This time, I'm afraid he didn't stop adding insult to injury for the house of Marquis Mu Yang." Yili frowned slightly and said, "Lock him up first and bring him back for the prince to deal with." Lu Jingxian was moved and said, "Princess, since this person is Mo Jingli's confidant, he should know not to reveal the Chu army's secrets." Qin Feng said, "Gao Ming has already expressed that as long as Princess spares his life, he is willing to tell us everything he knows. It's not difficult to spare his life." LV Jingxian nodded. "But Wang Fei, this person can't be used. For traitors, people don't like them. Traitors were never liked, especially traitors like Gao Ming who liked to add insult to injury, and his methods were clumsy." Yili nodded and said, "General is right. Zhui Jing, you go and do it." "Yes, this subordinate will take his leave." Zhui Jing said respectfully. "Yaoji didn't come back?" Yili looked behind Qin Feng and asked softly. Qin Feng nodded and said, "She wanted to relax. This subordinate left a few people behind to protect her. Mu Lai is also with her." Yili nodded and said, "Let her be. This matter is already difficult for her." As a woman, she didn't want Yaoji to face such a thing. However, as a wife, she couldn't stop Mo Xiaoyao from setting such a trap, because in her heart, no matter how much she sympathized with Yaoji, it would never surpass her feelings for Mo Xiaoyao. Needless to say, Mo Xiaoyao's hatred for the house of Marquis Mu Yang was because of her. Even if she could forgive him, she would never forcefully erase Mo Xiaoyao's hatred for them. She was no longer the soldier from her previous life who always looked at things from the standpoint of fairness and justice. She was the princess of the Ding Palace, Missouri, Xiaoyao's wife. "Thank you, princess," Qin Feng said in a low voice. Chapter 978. In the Chu Army's West Army camp, Zhao Yin and Lei Tingfeng sat opposite each other with bitter smiles. Mu Yang and Gao Ming's troops were ambushed by the Mahist army at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the Chu army lost tens of thousands of troops. Now, the two finally understood that the events of the past few days were all part of the Prince Ding Mansion scheme. Because of this, they actually lost the most resourceful old Marquis Mu Yang and the most promising rising star of the Chu army. The Prince Ding Mansion's methods were truly frightening. Lei Tingfeng lowered his eyes and said, "Now that we have removed the Marquis Mu Yang, I'm afraid the Mahist army's next target will be you and me. General Zhao, you must be extremely careful of Lu Jinxian's army. Lei Tingfeng knew that Lu Jinxian's army must be very anxious to meet up with Yin Ting on the other side. However, Lu Jinxian was not the only one who was in a hurry. Lei Tingfeng was also in a hurry. In the west, news came from his father and Mo Xiaoyao that the battle was not going well. Zhao Lian nodded solemnly and said, Lei Shizi is right. Although the confrontation with Lu Jinxian these past few days made Zhao Yin feel that his eyes were wide open, what made him very depressed was that his military strength was clearly above Lu Jinxian's, but he was still suppressed to the point that he could not display his full strength. Zhao Yin had to admit that there was a gap between him and Lu Jinxian. However, this was already the last line of defense before Lu Jinxian's army left Cold Valley Pass. No matter what, he had to stop them. Hearing that Zhao Yin wanted to use the tactic of delaying, Lei Tingfeng's eyes flashed, and he did not say anything more. When he returned to his tent, a guard immediately delivered the battle report of the Shilling army. Although they were nearly 1,000 li away, the battle report of the Shilling army and the Mahist army was delivered to Lei Tingfeng without missing a single day. Looking at the secret letter in his hand, Lei Tingfeng sat down and pressed his tired forehead, asking, Did father have any instructions? Originally, he could have brought hundreds of thousands of Shilling army here in secret and easily set up a trap. However, the thing in Mo Jingli's hands was too important. He could only expose his military strength in exchange for that list. Compared to hundreds of thousands of soldiers, the Lord of Jinnan's mansion needed a hidden chess piece that could turn the situation around at a critical moment. The guard said in a deep voice, The prince said that Prince did not do anything wrong. However, we still need to retreat. We must withdraw from the current stalemate as soon as possible. The battle in the west is not good for Shilling. The prince suspects that Mo Xiaoyao sent an army of nearly 200,000 people to go around our back. Prince, please rush to Yuming Pass, which is 300 li west of Hanga Pass, within half a month to stop this army. Lei Tingfeng was stunned and said in a deep voice, 200,000 people? How can a Mahist army have so many people? The total strength of the Mahist army was less than 1 million. Previously, they had wiped out millions of troops, so the Mahist army should have lost at least 200,000 people. Even if the Mahist army did not lose a single soldier, and with the troops stationed in various places, it was impossible for the Mahist army to send another 200,000 people to attack the Shilling army from the rear. The guard said, Prince, you forgot that the Prince Ding Mansion's military service system is different from other countries. According to the prince's estimation, if Prince Ding is willing, he can at most mobilize 1 million well-trained soldiers within a month and another 2 million recruits within 3 months. Currently, the Prince Ding Mansion's area of control could be said to be the top of all countries. They had just defeated the northern tribes, and the morale of the Prince Ding Mansion was high. If Prince Ding wanted to recruit soldiers, it could not be easier. Lei Tingfeng could not help but gasp. The most reassuring thing about the Mahist army was its military strength. The Mahist army's military strength had never been large, but they had forgotten to take into account the resources of the Prince Ding Mansion and the rallying power of the Mahist army. Once Mo Xiaoyao wanted to expand his military strength, he would have an endless supply of soldiers to replenish it. The prince also has a message for you, the guard said respectfully. Lei Tingfeng looked at him. The guard said in a low voice, The prince said that you don't have to worry too much about Mo Jingli. He can't win against Princess Ding. Prince, please leave as soon as possible. Lei Tingfeng was stunned for a moment. Only then did he understand his father's intentions. His father had never intended to work with Mo Jingli. From the beginning, his father had never thought highly of Mo Jingli. The reason why he had made such arrangement and formed an alliance with Mo Jingli was to use Mo Jingli to restrain Yili. After all, one Mo Xiaoyao was already very difficult to deal with. If Yili was added to the mix, even the Jinnan Palace might not be able to handle it. Once his goal was achieved, Mo Jingli would be useless. Whether Mo Jingli won or lost, it didn't matter to the Jinnan Palace. if Jinan Palace won against the Prince Ding Mansion, then it would be best if Mo Jingli lost. After that, Jinan Palace would be the biggest winner. If Jinan Palace lost, then Mo Jingli couldn't be left alive. He would become a huge threat to Jinan Palace. After thinking for a moment, Lei Tingfeng raised his head and said, I understand. Go back and report to my father. I will leave this battlefield as soon as possible. Tell my father to take care of himself. The guard nodded and respectfully left. Your subordinate will take his leave. In the tent, Lei Tingfeng was silent for a long time. Then he said, Come. A man who looked like a guard appeared at the door. Crown Prince, send a letter to Princess Ding for me. I want to talk to her, Lei Tingfeng said. A trace of surprise flashed through the guard's eyes, but he still replied respectfully, Your subordinate obeys. About 10 miles away from the camps of the two armies, Yili was sitting by a small stream. She was leisurely watching the stream flow by. Her expression was calm. On the grass by the stream, new green shoots had sprouted from the withered yellow weeds. It added a trace of warmth and hope to the desolate scene. Qin Feng and Zhuo Jing stood side by side, not far behind Yili. They were both thinking about their own matters. Suddenly, Qin Feng and Zhuo Jing looked at the forest behind them. Qin Feng said, Crown Prince Lei, since you're here, why don't you come out and meet us? Princess Ding's side is indeed filled with experts. I am impressed. Lei Tingfeng walked out of the forest and said with a smile. Yili stood up. She turned around and said with a smile, Crown Prince Lei is also a rare expert. Unlike Yili, who doesn't have any skills and can only bring a few people with her to avoid any accidents. Lei Tingfeng's mouth twitched. If this woman in front of him didn't have any skills, then there weren't many people in the world who could. At the same time, Lei Tingfeng was also surprised by Yi Li's caution. Lei Tingfeng rarely fought, and there were not many people in the world who understood the depth of his skills. But Yi Li did not forget that he had a father who was one of the top 4 experts in the world. Lei Tingfeng's talent was not bad. As long as there were no accidents, Lei Tingfeng's martial arts would not be bad. Wang Fei is joking. When encountering Wang Fei, it is always other people who have accidents, Lei Tingfeng said with a faint smile. Yi Li did not care about his hidden mockery. She smiled faintly and said, Now that the two armies are at war, Crown Prince Lei has privately requested to see Yi Li. Is it to mock Yi Li? Lei Tingfeng smiled faintly and said, Wang Fei is straightforward. This Shitsi will not be long-winded. This one knows that Wang Fei is in a hurry to go to Cold Valley Pass to meet with General Yinting, right? Yi Li nodded slightly. Some things on the battlefield could be hidden, but some things could not be hidden from others. At least, the current movements of the Mahist army could not be hidden from people like Lei Tingfeng. Chapter 979. If this one and General Zhao work together, is Princess confident that we can reach Cold Valley Pass in half a month? Lei Tingfeng asked. No, Yi Li said frankly. Ending a battle quickly required the right time, place, and people. Most of the time, it was indispensable. Not every battle could be controlled. Otherwise, a battle would not have lasted for 3 to 5 years. Although they did not have the advantage in terms of military strength, both Yi Li and Lu Jingxian were confident that they could defeat Zhao Lian and Lei Tingfeng. But the problem was, it would take a long time. Lei Tingfeng was slightly surprised by Yi Li's honesty. However, he soon understood that Yi Li also knew the reason for his visit. Otherwise, she would not be so direct. He smiled bitterly and helplessly. It seems that I can't hide it from Princess. This one plans to withdraw the army and leave immediately. Princess, please make things convenient for me. Yi Li smiled. Making things convenient for others is also making things convenient for yourself. Lord Lei, please do as you wish. Lei Tingfeng looked at Yi Li suspiciously. Does Princess know why this one is withdrawing the army? Yi Li smiled faintly. Isn't it to protect Genom of Gojoseon's flank? Since Princess knows, if you leave, won't you ruin Prince Ding's plan? Even after so many years, Lei Tingfeng still felt that he could not understand this woman. But after experiencing so much and hearing so much about her, Lei Tingfeng could not help but be cautious. Yili looked at the stream in front of her and calmly said, "If I let Lord Lei pass, Prince Ding's plan will only be ruined. Also, Lord Lei may not be able to stop him, right? But if this consort does not let Lord Lei pass, Yin Ting's hundreds of thousands of soldiers will immediately suffer. How can this consort not know what is important and what is not?" Lei Tingfeng was stunned. He finally cupped his hands towards Yi Li and said, "Since this is the case, many thanks for Princess's help. This one will take his leave. Take care. I won't see you out." Yi Li nodded. Watching Lei Tingfeng's figure disappear into the woods, Yi Li said in a low voice, "Princess, the West Hill has played Mo Jingli like this." Yi Li smiled and said, "From the beginning, Lei Jinting did not take Mo Jingli seriously. Mo Jingli and Lei Jinting were not equal in terms of ability. How could he ask Lei Jinting to treat Mo Jingli as a partner? From start to finish, Mo Jingli was just a tool in Lei Jinting's hands. Once Lei Tingfeng retreats and Mo Jingli loses Mu Jingmin and Mu Yang, I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on much longer," Zhuo Jing said. Qin Feng frowned and said, "Even so, Mo Jingli's military strength is still above ours. It's impossible for us to go back to help the prince in the near future." Yi Li smiled faintly and said, "That depends on how long Mo Jingli can hold on." Qin Feng and Zhuo Jing both remembered that when they went to Nanjing, they had made arrangements. It was really hard to say how long Mo Jingli could hold on. Lei Tingfeng left quickly and hurriedly, showing no mercy. By the time Zhao Lian and LV Jingxian returned from their battle, the barracks had long since been deserted. Zhao Lian had no choice but to order someone to quickly report the matter to Mo Jingli. When the news reached Mo Jingli's camp, Mo Jingli was also furious. There was no other reason. Marquis Muyang, who was imprisoned in the army, had mysteriously disappeared. In the past few days, Mo Jingli's anger had been rising sharply. All the officers and soldiers in the camp kept quiet out of fear. They were very careful, fearing that they would provoke the emperor's wrath if they were careless. Mo Jingli deeply felt that this expedition could be said to be not going well from the beginning to the end. In these few days, he was in a terrible fix and had his hands full. First, he suspected that the house of Marquis Muyang had betrayed him and sided with the Prince Ding mansion. Before the truth came to light, Muyang dared to kill his guards. When he sent Gao Ming to capture Muyang, unexpectedly, Muyang and Gao Ming fell into the hands of the Mahist army, and Muyang committed suicide. In this way, he, who suspected that the house of Marquis Muyang had sided with the Prince Ding mansion, was like a silly clown in the eyes of outsiders, being played by the Prince Ding mansion. Just as Mo Jingli was considering whether he should release Marquis Muyang to appease him or just kill him to prevent future troubles, news of Marquis Muyang's mysterious disappearance came from the camp. Mo Jingli did not even have time to vent his anger before Zhao Lian's prompt report made Mo Jingli spit out a mouthful of blood. A few months ago, Yi Ying's wound was not light, and she had not fully recovered. In the past few days, Mo Jingli's anger had been rising. Now, he was so angry that he finally vomited blood. "Your Majesty." The generals below were shocked when they saw the situation. She just didn't know what was written in the memorial to make the emperor so angry. Mo Jingli waved away the hand of the eunuch who came forward to help him. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered, "Lei Tingfeng, pass down my decree. Order the general of the right wing to lead the troops to intercept Lei Tingfeng's troops. Be sure to catch them all in one fell swoop." "Your Majesty." The generals could not help but exclaim. The reason why they had the confidence to go north was because of their alliance with West Hill. Now, they had not achieved anything in the confrontation with the Mahist army, but they had already started fighting with their own allies. It was obvious what kind of ending awaited them. "Your Majesty, please reconsider." A general standing at the front stepped forward and said, "Our army is now in a confrontation with the Mahist army. If we clash with the Shilling army again, I'm afraid that the Prince Ding mansion will benefit from it. in my opinion. The most important thing for our army now is to eliminate the hundreds of thousands of Mahist army led by Yun Ting outside the Cold Valley Pass. At that time, even if Princess Ding and Lu Jinxian's army reach the Cold Valley Pass, they will be surrounded by our army. The Crown Prince of Genom of Gojoseon of West Hill suddenly broke the agreement, which indeed surprised and angered everyone. But not everyone was like Mo Jingli, who was so angry that he did not care about anything else. Now, even if Lei Tungfing left with his troops and left them to face the Mahist army alone, they would not necessarily lose. But if your majesty were to fight with the Crown Prince of Genom of Gojoseon, then they would definitely lose. Lu Jinxian was not so kind as to wait for their internal conflict to end before starting a fight. Mo Jingli was silent for a while, then finally snorted and listened to his subordinate's suggestion. How could Mo Jingli not know that there were no benefits to fighting with Lei Tungfing at this time? But he had just been viciously swindled by King Ding's residence, and now he was swindled by the king of Jinnan's residence. Mo Jingli could not swallow this anger. After a long time, Mo Jingli said in a deep voice, "Gather all the troops. Within 3 days, I want to see Yun Ting's head." With nowhere to vent his anger, Mo Jingli could only take it out on Yun Ting, who was stationed outside the pass. Understood. The generals below all quietly let out a sigh of relief. Compared to Lei Tungfing, Yun Ting was naturally easier to deal with. And no matter from the current situation or the current battle situation, Yun Ting was their first target to eliminate. After dismissing everyone, Mo Jingli was alone in the silent tent. The expression on his face became more and more unsightly. Too many things had happened in the past few days. Now that he had come back to his senses, he finally understood that the so-called betrayal of the house of Marquis Muyang was a scheme by the Prince Ding mansion. And because of this, he lost 2 of his most capable subordinates. Presumably, Mo Xiaoyao and Yili were secretly laughing at him right now. Chapter 980. Bam! Mo Jingli waved his hand, and all the decorations on the table fell to the ground. None of the servants in the tent dared to clean it up. They just cowered and knelt on the ground, not daring to move. Mo Xiaoyao, Yili, I will never let you go. Mo Jingli's voice was cold and sinister, as if it came from hell. Marquis Muyang woke up from his sleep. The scene in front of him dazed him for a moment. This was obviously not the prison cell he was in the Chu army camp. It was a gloomy dungeon. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Did the emperor move him here because he was worried that someone would come to rescue him? That was too much of concern. He had given the power of the Marquis Muyang residence to Muyang, who would come to rescue him. He had slept for too long, and his body was a little stiff. Marquis Muyang moved his body and sat up, but he was stunned when he saw the person not far away. In an instant, Marquis Muyang's face turned pale. His old and slightly drooping lips kept trembling. He stared blankly at the person outside the cell not far away. To be precise, it was a corpse. Muyang's lifeless eyes were wide open. The blood on his abdomen had already turned dark. There was also a hideous scar on his neck. It was clear that he had already lost his life. "Yang-er!" Marquis Muyang cried out in alarm. His old body rushed to the side of the cell at a speed that didn't match his physical condition. Unfortunately, he was blocked by the cell's iron bars. He couldn't touch the person lying there quietly. Marquis Muyang burst into tears. "Yang-er! Yang-er! Who killed you?" In the empty cell, only his mournful voice echoed. Marquis Muyang fell powerlessly to the side of the cell. He stared blankly at his son's corpse. In a moment, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Muyang was his only son and his only hope. After losing Muyang, it was as if everything in the world had lost its meaning. The Marquis Muyang residence is finished. His whole life, he was obsessed with fame and fortune. He only hoped that the house of Marquis Muyang would flourish in his hands. But now, the house of Marquis Muyang was destroyed in his own hands. His only son had died in front of him. Was he really wrong? Yang-er, why? Why didn't you just take my life? Why did you kill my son? Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Marquis Muyong's residence is so loyal. The Emperor Marquis Muyong called, Mo Jingli or Mo Jingqi. A slightly cold voice sounded from the outside, and the originally closed door of the dungeon was pushed open from the outside with a creak. A handsome man dressed in black walked in. Qin Feng, did you kill Yang? Marquis Muyong was shocked. He originally thought that Muyong was captured by Mo Jingli, but it turned out that he had unknowingly fallen into the hands of the Prince Ding mansion. That's right. He recalled that he had suddenly fainted before he woke up. If it was Mo Jingli, there was no need for him to do so. Qin Feng did not deny it. He said calmly, since Marquis Muyong understands, you should also know why you ended up like this, right? Qin Feng might feel a little emotional about Mu Yang's death, but as for Marquis Muyong's fate, Qin Feng did not have the slightest opinion. The Mahist army valued loyalty the most. Before Mo Jingli had fallen ill and died, Marquis Muyong had already been in cahoots with Mo Jingli. Back then, Marquis Muyong almost caused the princess consort and the little heir to die tragically, which was a great hatred of the Prince Ding mansion. Perhaps from Marquis Muyong's standpoint, he was just following orders. But from a standpoint of the Prince Ding mansion, especially from the perspective of Mo Xiaoyao, Prince Ding, this was a crime deserving of death. Perhaps this had nothing to do with right or wrong. The strong had the right to punish their enemies. Marquis Muyong could not help but tremble. He closed his eyes in pain. After seeing the people of the Prince Ding mansion, how could they not understand? He had been careful all his life. In the eyes of outsiders, he was a person who fawned over the powerful and lacked the backbone of a general. That was why, after King Ding's residence had declined, he wholeheartedly sought refuge with Mo Jingqi. He was not like Marquis, who did not care about politics, nor was he like the Hua family who secretly helped King Ding's residence. He would do whatever the emperor wanted him to do. Wasn't he a subject? As a subject, it was natural for him to obey the emperor's orders, even if it was wrong. But the one wrong thing he had done in his life was to lead the troops to besiege Princess Ding. Because of this, he had cut off Marquis Muyong's escape route. So when he saw that Mo Jingli was about to die, he could only immediately seek refuge with Mo Jingli. He could not seek refuge with the Prince Ding mansion like Marquis, Nan, and the Lung family. Nor did he have the courage to bet the entire Hua family to live and die with the Dechu state like Duke Hua. He wanted to live and hold power in his hands. He wanted the Marquis Muyong mansion to be passed down from generation to generation. But now, all these years of struggle and hard work were in vain. Prince Ding mansion. Prince Ding mansion, why? I was only following orders. Marquis Muyong roared. He was unwilling to accept this. Back then, if he had a choice, would he have overestimated himself and become enemies with the Prince Ding mansion? Perhaps occasionally he had a thought. If the Prince Ding mansion was completely destroyed, would the Marquis Muyong mansion replace it? But that was just a thought. Qin Feng said calmly, when we came out, the prince asked me to pass a message to Marquis Muyong. Marquis Muyong looked at him. Qin Feng continued. The prince said, the pain I experience will be repaid 100-fold. Back then, the prince spared Mu Yang's life. Now he's taking it back. Marquis Muyong was silent. Back then, after that incident, Mo Xiaoyao still let Muyong go. Marquis Muyong had once felt lucky. So, Mo Xiaoyao only felt that the blow to him was not enough. Chapter 981. Looking at Marquis Muyong's lifeless appearance, Qin Feng lowered his eyes and said, I'll take Muyong away. Marquis Muyong should still have some time to think about it. With that, Qin Feng clapped his hands. 2 guards came in and carried Muyong's body away. Wait! Marquis Muyong shouted anxiously. Where are you taking Yang? Qin Feng frowned slightly. Princess Consort gave the order to bury Muyong. The original Lord Ai's order was not like this. But since the big thing was done, the prince would not mind a small change. Seeing that Marquis Muyong did not react, Qin Feng turned and left. Why, how did you do it? Marquis Muyong's old and weak voice came from behind. The spy of the Muyong residence. Who is it? Qin Feng turned back in surprise. He did not expect Marquis Muyang to still have the mind to care about this question. Yaoji, Qin Feng said lightly. Marquis Muyang was stunned. He did suspect Yaoji, but he dismissed the idea in the end. The most fundamental reason was still Mulai. A woman, no matter how much she hated a man, she would not bring her son to harm her son's biological father. As if understanding Marquis Muyang's doubts, Qin Feng said, Mulai is not Muyang's son. What? Marquis Muyang was stunned again. That woman's son? I see. Knowing that he misunderstood, Qin Feng did not intend to explain. He glanced at Marquis Muyang and turned to leave. The moment he closed the door, a burst of crazy laughter came from inside. But that laughter sounded more like crying to Qin Feng's ears. Sighing softly, Qin Feng shook his head and walked out. 1,000 miles away, Mo Xiaoyao was sitting behind the desk in a daze with a gloomy expression in the tent. Feng Jiao came in and saw him. He raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? It hasn't even been a month, and you're already missing Princess Consort? Mo Xiaoyao glanced at him. How can a loner understand the thoughts of someone with a family? Feng Jiao rolled his eyes in annoyance. He was a loner. Who did this to him? He had not stopped for a moment in the past few years. He waved the secret letter in his hand and threw it over. A letter from Qin Feng. It seems like Princess Consort doesn't miss you. She didn't even send you a greeting letter. Mo Xiaoyao raised his hand to catch it and lightly spat out, scram. Opening the envelope, the contents of the letter made Mo Xiaoyao's gloominess dissipate. He crumpled the letter, crumpled it into powder. Having known Mo Xiaoyao for many years, Feng Jiao naturally understood Mo Xiaoyao's expression. He asked curiously, What good news has made you so happy? Mo Xiaoyao's mood was clearly different from when he first came in. It was clear that Qin Feng's secret letter had reported something good. Princess Consort and General Liu have already taken care of Mo Jingli and are preparing to come back. That's not possible. As long as Mo Jingli wasn't a pig brain, it was impossible for him to be defeated so quickly. Mo Xiaoyao said, Mu Yang is dead. What kind of good news is that? Feng Jiao rolled his eyes. Mu Yang may be considered a rising star among the generals of the Chu state, but he probably did not have the qualifications for Prince Ding, Mo Xiaoyao, to place such importance on him. Mu Yang's death, was it worth Missouri Xiaoyao's joy? Feeling that something was wrong, Feng Jiao pondered for a moment before reacting. His expression changed slightly. Marquis Muyang's residence is finished? There weren't many people who knew how much Mo Xiaoyao hated Marquis Muyang, but Feng Jiao was definitely one of them. In these years, Mo Jingqi died. Ren Qining died. Helian Zhen also died. It should be Marquis Muyang's turn. However, Muyang's death was somewhat unjust. Back in the capital, Feng Jiao and Mu Yang were friends. He could only secretly feel pity for him. Mo Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Feng Jiao thought for a moment, then said, Old Marquis Muyang was one of the few people under Mo Jingli with brains. Marquis Muyang's residence is finished. Mo Jingli probably won't be able to hold on for much longer. In this way, after the princess is done, she can lead her troops to the west and surround the Shilling army with us. Lowering his head and calculating, Feng Jiao was also somewhat happy. If that was the case, perhaps the war would be over by the end of this year. Mo Xiaoyao said indifferently, Not necessarily. Mo Jingli's troops are far above Lu Jinxian's. Moreover, there's still Lei Tingfeng. Lei Tingfeng has already left the Chu army and returned to defend Yuming Pass. By the time Princess Li and the others finish off Mo Jingli, I'm afraid Yuming Pass will already be surrounded by Lei Tingfeng. Feng Jiao couldn't help but frown and asked doubtfully, Didn't you send Hisu to Yuming Pass? Mo Xiaoyao smiled at him. Who told you Hisu brought people to Yuming Pass? Then may I ask, Prince? Feng Jiao gritted his teeth. Where did Hisu bring 200,000 troops to? It was no wonder that Feng Jiao was angry. The Maist army's strength was originally smaller than West Hill's. When they were fighting fiercely with Lei Jinting, Mo Xiaoyao actually transferred 200,000 troops away. If he really wanted to go around Lei Jinting's flank, then so be it. But now, Mo Xiaoyao actually told him that he didn't go at all. Did Prince Ding think that fighting a war was a game? Or were these generals really too stupid, unable to understand Prince Ding's unfathomable thoughts? Seeing Feng Jiao's flustered and exasperated appearance, Mo Xiaoyao was in a good mood. Yuming Pass is more than 1,000 li away from us, and the road is difficult to travel. It's less than 300 li away from the Cold Valley Pass where Lei Tingfeng is, and it's all flat official roads. Even if Isu left before Lei Tingfeng, Feng San, how do you want Isu to get to Yuming Pass before Lei Tingfeng? Do you think that with Lei Tingfeng's intelligence, he would leave such a loophole for us? From the very beginning, he sent Lei Tingfeng to Mo Jingli's side precisely to guard against this. Feng Jiao was stunned. He forced himself to calm down, asking, "In other words, Prince, you didn't plan to go to Yuming Pass from the very beginning?" Mo Xiaoyao shrugged, saying with a smile, "Why force yourself when you know it's impossible? Then where's he, Su?" Feng Jiao only felt the veins on his forehead throbbing. Mo Xiaoyao said with a smile, "If he's not at Yuming Pass, then he's naturally somewhere else." Feng Jiao turned his head to look at the map hanging on the wall, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Cold Valley Pass?" Mo Xiaoyao smiled, but didn't say anything. Feng Jiao could only look at the sky, speechless. He looked silently at Mo Xiaoyao for a moment and swallowed the words he wanted to say. He sighed and said, "With Wang Fei and General Liu holding them back, Lei Tingfeng may not be able to get back to Yuming Pass so quickly." Mo Xiaoyao said, "Even so, the two armies will arrive at about the same time. Also, at that time, Yinting's army will probably be completely wiped out. Lu Jingxian and Li Mei also be surrounded by Mo Jingli alone." Feng Jiao nodded, accepting Mo Xiaoyao's words. In any case, even 10 of him wouldn't be a match for Mo Xiaoyao. In other words, we still have to fight head-on with Lei Jinting? Chapter 982. Mo Xiaoyao said with a smile, "Isn't this interesting? After Lei Jinting, I don't have any opponents. Also, Feng San, don't you think that things have been too smooth for us these past 2 years?" Feng Jiao was silent. In the past 2 years, the Mahist army seemed to have the help of the gods. It had been too smooth. It had been so smooth that he almost forgot that there was no such thing as smooth sailing on the battlefield. Moreover, Lei Tingfeng was a rare genius in the art of war. It was simply impossible to end the battle as quickly as before. Mo Xiaoyao patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, we will win. It's just a matter of time." Feng Jiao nodded and said with a smile, "Of course. If you can't win against Lei Jinting, you will be laughed at." There was a little kid sitting behind him who wanted to laugh at someone. Mo Xiaoyao glanced at him indifferently. Not everyone can laugh at this prince's joke. On the battlefield outside Cold Valley Pass, the original situation was that the Chu army had an overwhelming advantage. No matter how brave the Mahist army was, it was still difficult for them to turn the situation around when facing an army that was several times their size. It was a pity that Mo Jingli didn't have time to be proud. A new black army appeared on the battlefield and created another black wave. Upon seeing the reinforcements, the Mo family soldiers who were already exhausted to the point of exhaustion immediately charged back with renewed vigor. The Chu army's victory was slowly pushed back. The two armies began to fight fiercely. Cold Valley Pass. Seeing the situation in front of him, Mo Jingli's face was as black as ink. The general standing beside him didn't have the same arrogance as before. He didn't dare to anger Mo Jingli anymore. "Who is that?" Mo Jingli stared at the brave general in black on the battlefield and asked in a low voice. The general at the side took a closer look and pondered for a moment before reporting, "Your Majesty, that should be the newly promoted general of the Mo clan army, Hisu." Hisu? Mo Jingli frowned and thought about this unfamiliar name. Hisu was originally a normal soldier under Morong Shan. In less than 8 years, he rose from a normal soldier to the position of commander. After the northern tribes and a northern army invaded, he didn't listen to orders to move south. Instead, he gathered nearly 200,000 defeated soldiers and went to Chu, Chongqing's flank, and blocked many of the northern army. After that, he joined the Prince Ding mansion and gained the trust of Princess Ding. However, there is news that He Su was originally one of Princess Ding's men. The person next to him hurriedly reported what he knew. He Su joined Murong Shun's army not long after Princess Ding was at Shattered Snow Pass. Also, it is said that the princess consort of the Prince Ding mansion had 4 shadow guards. Later, Princess Ding removed the position of the shadow guard. However, only Zhuge Jing, Lin Han, and Wei Lin knew of them. So He Su is a chess piece that Yi Li buried into Chu State more than 10 years ago, Mo Jingli said in a low voice. The general next to him didn't dare to say anything in front of the angry Mo Jingli. Mo Jingli glanced at the battlefield below. With the sudden addition of 200,000 fresh troops, the Mahist army became more and more courageous. On the other hand, the Chu army, who had already fought a great battle, gradually showed signs of decline. With a cold snort, Mo Jingli turned and left in a huff, leaving the generals looking at each other. General Li this. Mo Jingli didn't care, but made things difficult for the people present. They didn't know whether the emperor meant to continue fighting or to withdraw the troops. Withdraw the troops. General Li, who had the highest rank, sighed helplessly. It looked like they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage in this battle. What else could they do but withdraw the troops? Outside Cold Valley Pass, Yin Ting, who had been fighting bravely, fell to the ground as he watched the Chu army gradually retreat into the pass. He didn't care about the many corpses on the ground and directly lay down. Raising his eyes and seeing He Su walk over, Yin Ting forced out a smile and said, "Brother, thank you. I thought I was done for." As he spoke, his eyelids started to droop. In these 2 days, Yin Ting had been very tired. This was the first time he had truly led an army by himself, and the pressure was great. However, Mo Jingli didn't know what medicine he had taken. He didn't care that his rear was empty and desperately gathered the nearby troops to attack him. Over the past few days, Yin Ting could only remember 2 meals of porridge, and the rest of his memory was filled with battles. If He Su had come an hour later, Yin Ting wasn't sure if he would have been able to hold on. He Su didn't care about the mess on the ground. He casually sat down and asked, "Wang Fei ordered you to defend this place to the death." Yin Ting dazedly shook his head. He Su raised his eyebrows and said, "Then why are you defending? If I didn't come, and Wang Fei and General Liu didn't have time to arrive, you would have died because of your stupidity." This place wasn't some military stronghold. The stronghold was at Mo Jingli's side. If he couldn't win, retreating 20 or 30 Li wouldn't make any difference. It's my first time leading an army. How can I lose my first time? I won't retreat even if I die. Muttering, Yin Ting's head tilted and he finally fell asleep. The soldiers who were cleaning up the battlefield came over. Seeing Yin Ting lying on the ground like a corpse, they looked at He Su with some difficulty. "General." He Su stood up and patted the dust off his body. He waved his hand and smiled. "It's nothing. General Yun is too tired. Carry him back to rest." Yes. 2 soldiers, one lifting his body and one lifting his leg, carried Yin Ting back to the camp. In the meantime, Yin Ting's mouth twitched and he slept very soundly. Not far from Cold Valley Pass, Lu Jinxian's army had also just experienced a great battle. However, Lu Jingxian and Yi Li were much more at ease than Yin Ting. Looking at the secret letter that had just been sent from Cold Valley Pass, Lu Jingxian couldn't help but laugh. No wonder Wang Fei isn't worried. She already knew that Prince had sent reinforcements. "Yin Ting, this kid, really needs to be taught a lesson," Yi Li said with a faint smile. Just now, he was leading an army alone. It's inevitable that he would be nervous. General doesn't need to be too harsh on him. It must have been hard for him to last so many days. Lu Jingxian nodded. Actually, he was very satisfied with this new disciple. The reason he said he needed to teach him a lesson was mostly for Yi Li to hear. Hearing Yi Li's tone, it didn't seem like she was going to punish Yin Ting. Lu Jingxian also relaxed. Putting aside the matter of Yin Ting, Lu Jingxian said in a low voice, "As long as there's another battle, Zhao Lian won't be able to hold on. At that time, we can directly take Cold Valley Pass and attack the Chu army with Yin Ting and Isu." Yi Li nodded and said, "Great General is right. However, even so, Mo Jingli should still have around 500,000 soldiers. This doesn't include the reinforcements that will come later. It won't be easy to deal with him in a short period of time." Lu Jingxian said with a smile, "Wang Fei doesn't need to worry. As long as we can control the overall situation, we don't need to care about how many soldiers Mo Jingli has. Previously, we let him take the initiative. Now that we have taken back the initiative, we don't need to be afraid of him, even if he has 1,000,000 soldiers." Moreover, when they met up with Yin Ting, their total military strength would be around 500,000. There was no need to worry about Mo Jingli. Chapter 983. Yi Li smiled apologetically. "I was too impatient." She actually didn't have much experience in real battles. The few times she had fought, she had ended the battle quickly. Lu Jinxian's current plan was to slowly grind away at Mo Jingli. This made Yi Li, who was used to winning in one strike, feel slightly uncomfortable. However, she quickly understood her problem and tried her best to adjust. Lu Jingxian smiled. "Wang Fei is too serious. If we use all our strength to severely injure Mo Jingli, it is possible. But if we want to achieve the same result as we did in Huifeng Valley, it will be very difficult. If we let the remnants of the Chu army escape, I'm afraid that they will come back soon. Rather than this, it was better to take things slowly. They would fight until Mo Jingli couldn't fight anymore." Yi Li nodded. "I understand. Thank you, General, for your reminder." Lu Jingxian quickly said that he didn't dare. Yi Li had a smile on her lips. But in her heart, she started to think that it was time to use the chess pieces she had set up in Nanjing. Lu Jingxian was right. Rather than rushing for quick success and giving Mo Jingli a chance to come back, it was better to put in some effort and finish the battle in one go. In the Chu army's tent, Mo Jingli, who was reading through reports, suddenly shivered. A trace of confusion flashed across his dark face. He pulled at the bright yellow cloak on his body. 2 days later, the Mahist army and the Chu army's western army had another decisive battle. The Chu army finally couldn't hold up against the Mahist army's attacks. The situation was unsalvageable. The commander of the western army, Zhao Lian, was heavily injured and captured. Fighting against the Chu army was different from fighting against the Western Tomb northern militants. In the end, other than the conflicts between the upper echelons of power, the ordinary Chu army soldiers and Mahist army soldiers, as well as the people of the Chu state, were no different from the people of the Northwest. They also never thought that after the Mahist army and the Chu state broke off relations, they would become mortal enemies. So when so many Chu state citizens fled to the Northwest, the people of the Northwest accepted them without any ill feelings. It was because they were one family to begin with. Just like the people in the Northwest had never thought that the Prince Ding mansion would stay in that small corner of the Northwest. The people of the Chu state never thought that the Prince Ding mansion and the Mahist army would abandon them. Therefore, in this battle, both sides still held back some of their strength. Killing each other was not something that made people happy. Whether it was the Mahist army or the Chu army, they usually would not kill prisoners or heavily injured enemy soldiers. And when the Chu army could not defeat the Mahist army after trying their best, the soldiers at the bottom had no qualms about putting down their weapons and surrendering. Zhao Yin's failure made Mo Jingli very irritable. Facing the approaching Mahist army, led by Lu Jingxian and Yi Li, Mo Jingli very decisively abandoned his troops to guard Cold Valley Pass and escaped before Yi Li and the others arrived. This made the Mahist army speechless. Yin Ting could not think straight and would rather die than retreat half a step, and Mo Jingli retreated too quickly. With the natural defense of Cold Valley Pass, if the command was right, it would not be a problem to guard it for at least 2 to 3 months. At that time, the Chu army's reinforcements would arrive. Although Mo Jingli's abandonment of Cold Valley Pass dealt a heavy blow to the Chu army's morale, it also brought a lot of trouble to Yi Li and the others. If Mo Jingli ran back to Jiangnan and did not come out, that would be fine. But with Mo Jingli's temper, he would definitely hide and wait for reinforcements to arrive before coming out to cause trouble. This would imperceptibly prolong the time that the Mahist army and the Chu army fought. As expected, in less than half a month, when the Chu army's reinforcements neared the north, Mo Jingli appeared again. This time, compared to the ambiguous alliance with Shiling to attack the Mahist army, Mo Jingli directly issued a decree as the emperor of the Chu state. He announced to the world that the Prince Ding mansion had betrayed the Chu state and that Mo Xiaoyao intended to destroy the Chu state and then ascend the throne. He also listed Mo Xiaoyao's 49 crimes to show that the Chu state's attack on the Prince Ding mansion was righteous and in accordance with the will of the heavens. These things naturally did not affect the Mahist army. Yili only casually glanced at the decree that was sent to the Mahist army before handing it to Yunting. Yunting snorted disdainfully after reading it and used it to prop up the foot of the table. If the prince was interested in the throne, he would have ascended the throne long ago. Did he need to wait for Mo Jingli to issue a decree? Also, did Mo Jingli think that the world was blind? The Mahist army had never taken an inch of land from the hands of the Chu state. The Mahist army had already cut ties with the Chu state for a long time. No matter how one looked at it, the Prince Ding mansion had a solid foundation. Speaking of this, Yunting couldn't help but sigh at the prince's foresight. It had to be known that the Central Plains were not barbarians. They called themselves the land of etiquette. No matter if it was the court officials or the common people, they all placed great importance on etiquette. If the Prince Ding mansion had directly attacked the Chu state, even if the Mahist army had conquered the land, with the relationship between the Prince Ding mansion and the Chu state, Prince Ding would be criticized in the history books. Wang Fei, a secret letter from Master Feng San. Just as everyone was mocking Mo Jingli's actions, the voice of a guard came from outside the tent. Yili slightly frowned and said, "Feng San, bring it in." Feng Jiao was with Mo Xiaoyao. Under normal circumstances, Feng Jiao would not write a letter to her alone, unless something had happened that Feng Jiao could not control with his power. Yili's heart sank slightly. She raised her hand to take the letter that the guard presented. The letter was sealed with wax. On the seal, there was the highest level seal of the Prince Ding mansion. It showed that the contents of the letter were not ordinary. Calming her mind, Yili opened the letter and scanned it. The hand holding the letter trembled slightly, and the letter fell to the ground. Yili's body couldn't help but soften as she fell into the chair. Yunting and the others sitting on the side jumped in fright and quickly came forward. Wang Fei, on a white letter. Feng Jiao's handwriting was messy and anxious. There were only a few words. The prince is heavily injured. Return quickly. Chapter 984. Wang Fei. Everyone looked in shock at Yi Li, not knowing what had happened. It had to be known that even though Princess Ding's age was not older than anyone present, but that calmness of hers was something that even a veteran like Lu Jingxian, who had been through hundreds of battles, admired. To be able to make Wang Fei pale like this, the matter was probably... Yunting went forward to pick up the letter. When he looked down, he almost screamed, "Wang, shut up." Yi Li quickly recovered and cut off Yunting's words. She closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her eyes had recovered their calmness and indifference. Yi Li reached out. Yunting suppressed a shock and handed the letter to Yi Li with both hands. Yi Li took the letter and read it again. Then she asked, "Where is the person who delivered the letter? Let him in." A short while later, a young man with red eyes and travel-worn walked in. "Wang Fei." "Ajin," Yi Li said in a deep voice. Ajin was Mo Xiaoyao's most loyal person. At the same time, he was the person who rarely appeared in front of others and was the least likely to attract attention. Feng Jiao choosing a Jin to personally deliver the letter caused Yili to have some bad thoughts. Focusing, Yili asked softly, "Ajin, what happened to Prince?" Ajin bit his lip and looked anxiously at Yili. He said, Prince is unconscious. Feng Sangongzi wants me to ask Wang Fei to quickly return. Ajin knew that he was not smart, so he was more loyal than other people. Furthermore, His Highness and Princess Consort didn't despise him because he wasn't smart. Instead, they trusted him. This was why Feng Sangongzi had him personally deliver the letter. Otherwise, when the prince was seriously injured, even if it was Feng Sangongzi's orders, he would not leave the prince's side. Yili's heart trembled slightly. She nodded and said, I understand. You go and rest first. We'll leave tonight. Ajin nodded heavily. Although young Master Feng San had suppressed the news of Prince's coma, young Master Feng San couldn't suppress it for long if the prince didn't appear in front of people. If Princess Consort could hurry back as soon as possible, the situation would be much easier to handle. After sending Ajin out, Zhuijing and the others at the side spoke. Wang Fei now. Yili raised a hand to stop him from asking. Taking a deep breath, she said, Qin Feng, I will write a letter for you to personally go and deliver it to General Liu. Zhuijing, Lin Han, pack up. We will set off immediately. Yes, Wang Fei, Zhuijing, and the other two said in unison. Then they quickly left the tent to make their own preparations. Yili looked at He Su and Yun Ting who were left behind and said, After I return, the Mahist army's actions against the Chu army will be under General Liu's command. You two must listen to General Liu's orders. Do you understand? Yun Ting and He Su nodded and said respectfully, This general obeys. Seeing Yi Li's slightly absent-minded appearance, Yun Ting couldn't help but say, Wang Fei, Prince's good fortune fills the heavens. He will definitely turn misfortune into good fortune. Wang Fei, please be assured. Yili smiled faintly and nodded. I understand. Mo Xiaoyao's life was very strong. How could he die? Yili smiled faintly. But Yun Ting and He Su became even more worried. The two exchanged a look and then could only leave helplessly. In a certain camp of the Chu army, Mo Jingli was lying comfortably on a chair covered in thick fur in a grand tent. He was enjoying the dance of the dancers in front of him. He was holding an enchanting woman in his arms, and his usually gloomy face was filled with complacency. A general came in and looked at the singing and dancing in front of him. He frowned almost imperceptibly. Emperor, Mo Jingli raised an eyebrow and asked, What is it? The general lowered his eyes and respectfully presented a secret letter. Mo Jingli opened it and read. He immediately roared with laughter. He sat up and held the woman's slender waist with one hand. He held the letter in his hand with the other. He was in a very good mood. Good, it really is good. It really wasn't a waste of Jean. General Li passed down the order. Put down light cards on the roads leading to Fei Hong Pass and stop Yili. That's right, don't hurt her. Bring her to see Jean. Jean wants to see who will have the last laugh. General Li frowned slightly. After a moment of silence, he reported, Emperor, please reconsider. If Princess Ding is preparing to return to Fei Hong Pass, there will be Qi Lin protecting her along the way. It's already not easy to kill her. If you want to capture her alive, I'm afraid. It wasn't that he was looking down on himself, but against the Qi Lin that made the nobles of the various countries tremble in fear. Even the right people might not be enough. But the emperor wanted to increase the difficulty. He requested that Princess Ding not be harmed. Mo Jingli's face darkened with displeasure. He coldly said, You can't do it? General Li hesitated for a moment. In the end, he secretly sighed. It was fine. The possibility of killing Ding Wang Fei was so low that it was negligible. If he let Princess Ding escape because he showed mercy, it would be easier for the emperor to blame him. This subordinate understands. Mo Jingli nodded in satisfaction. Seeing that General Li still had a trace of confusion on his face, Mo Jingli raised his eyebrows and smiled. You want to know why Yili is suddenly in a hurry to go back? Emperor, please tell me. General Li respectfully said. Princess Ding leaving was naturally a good thing for them. But with Princess Ding suddenly leaving and the Emperor's overflowing joy, generally knew that something must have happened at Fei Hong Pass. Mo Jingli said with a clear smile, "For us, it is indeed a good thing. Mo Xiaoyao is going to die. Isn't that a good thing?" Hearing this, General Li was shocked. The words "is going to die" didn't seem to be used on Prince Ding. How many people in the world cursed Prince Ding to die early? But after so many years, the Prince Ding mansion rose and fell. Prince Ding was still smiling proudly in the world. To General Li, the words "Prince Ding is going to die" were more like a daydream. Although he was thinking wildly in his heart, his face was still very respectful. He didn't even forget to match it with a shocked expression. Seeing his subordinate's shocked expression, Mo Jingli's mood became even more joyful. He couldn't wait to see Yi Li's expression, or Lei Jinting and Lei Tingfeng, this pair of father and son who burned the bridge after crossing the river. Didn't Mo Xiaoyao also die at his hands? Ahem, Your Majesty, it's best to confirm this matter. After all, Prince Ding is... General Li coughed and reminded Mo Jingli implicitly. That year, Prince Ding's injuries were so severe that the entire world thought he was crippled. But in less than 10 years, Prince Ding led the Mahist army and swept through the world again, causing people to tremble in fear. Seeing Mo Jingli's proud expression, General Li couldn't help but remind him to be more careful. There were some people in the world that were best not to provoke. If you already provoked them, then you had to be even more careful. Unless you saw his corpse with your own eyes, you couldn't let your guard down. Otherwise, the unlucky one would be you. Mo Jingli narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. It was rare that he actually listened to his subordinate's words. He nodded and said, "You're right. We should investigate this matter to avoid any mistakes. Mo Xiaoyao, we don't believe that you're that lucky. You didn't die last time, but you won't die this time." Chapter 985. In the dark night, a few fast horses galloped on the official road, kicking up dust along the way. Yi Li rode on the back of a horse and kept whipping her whip as she galloped forward. Because she had the memories of 2 lifetimes and was not an impulsive person, Yi Li had always been calm and unruffled. But this time, she could not help but lose her sense of propriety. She allowed the cold wind to blow against her cheeks and messed up the hair on her temples. Zhuo Jing and the others followed behind Yi Li and were also galloping without stopping. The sudden accident in the originally smooth battle caught everyone off guard. Suddenly, the horse that Yi Li was sitting on let out a neigh and reared up. "Princess Consort, be careful." Yi Li jumped up from the horse's back. When she landed on the ground, the galloping horse also fell to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of arrows came from both sides of the road. A murderous look flashed across Yi Li's beautiful eyes. She said in a low voice, "They've all been dealt with." In the darkness, countless men in black rushed out from the shadows, killing the archers on both sides of the road. Yi Li, on the other hand, had already mounted another horse and galloped forward. Behind Yi Li, Lin Han and Zhuo Jing and Ah Jin did not pay attention to the killing in front of them. They followed Yi Li's back. On the ancient road in the bleak moonlit night, a tall man stood silently by the side of the road. He raised his head and looked at the new moon in the sky. His blue cotton clothes looked even darker in the dark night. It also added a coldness and scruples that he did not usually have. The man held a heavy sword in his hand. It was as if he had just been standing there, but also as if he had been standing there since ancient times. On the road in the distance, the sound of horses galloping could be heard. A woman in black and a young man in green appeared beside the man. The woman in black frowned and said, "Big brother, are we really going to do this?" The man in green disagreed and said, "Big brother, offending the Prince Ding mansion is not a wise thing to do." The middle-aged man glanced sideways at his sister-in-law and said indifferently, "This is my business. You two leave immediately." A trace of impatience flashed across the young man's sinister face, and he said snappily, "Big brother, if something really happens to Yi Li here, Do you think the Prince Ding mansion will let us off? Since that's the case, what's the difference between you and the three of us? The middle-aged man said, This is my personal matter. Go back, this is in order. But the woman in black frowned. Unless you don't recognize me as your big brother, leave immediately, the middle-aged man said. The black-clothed woman helplessly stomped her feet and pulled the green-clothed man, disappearing into the night. The two of them had just left when the sound of horse hooves, which was still very far away, had already reached them. The leader was a woman in white with a cloak draped over her shoulders. Seeing the middle-aged man waiting by the side of the road, a trace of surprise flashed across the woman's face, and she pulled on the reins. Under the night sky, everyone was silent for a while. Yili said indifferently, I never thought that one of the people who came to make things difficult for me would be the master of the Yanwang Chamber of Commerce. The middle-aged man was one of the 4 great experts in the world, the master of the Yanwang Chamber of Commerce, Ling Taihan. Mu Qingcang had been missing for a long time, and Lei Jinting was getting older. Ling Taihan and Mo Xiaoyao were the 2 people with the highest martial arts in the world. Moreover, Lei Jinting, who had spent his life studying martial arts, was definitely not as easy to deal with as Mu Qingcang. The moment they saw him, Zhuo Jing and the other 2 immediately stepped forward and shielded Yili behind them. As for their actions, Ling Taihan didn't pay any attention to them. He just looked at Yili faintly. A trace of regret flashed across his resolute and calm face. I also didn't expect this day to come. Whether it was his appreciation for Mo Xiaoyao, his friendship with Su Qingshun, or his pure admiration for this woman, Ling Taihan had never thought that one day he would have to make a move against her. Unfortunately, Zhuo Jing stood in front of Yili and said in a low voice, Pavilion Master Ling, you are an expert of a generation. Are you not afraid that the world will laugh at you if word of this gets out? Ling Taihan looked at Zhuo Jing with a half-smile and said indifferently, The subordinates of the Prince Ding mansion are indeed all loyal and righteous. Don't tell me you don't know what this lore does. The Yanwang Chamber of Commerce was an organization of assassins. Who would talk about fairness with an assassin? Asking an assassin to be honorable? When Ling Taihan was young, his martial arts had yet to be accomplished. As an ordinary assassin at the lowest level, he had used many despicable methods to assassinate his enemies. As the pavilion master of the Yanwang Chamber of Commerce, Ling Taihan had never placed much importance on his reputation. Zhuo Jing was speechless. He felt that it was ridiculous to talk about morality and reputation with someone who used to be an assassin. I remember that Pavilion Master Ling and Genom of Gojoseon have a grudge against each other, Yili said indifferently. Mo Jingli alone wouldn't be able to move Ling Taihan, so it could only be Lei Jinting. Ling Taihan didn't deny it. He nodded and said, That's right. But even so, I'm still from West Hill. Yili looked down and frowned. Speaking of which, not many people know about Pavilion Master Ling's background. Pavilion Master Ling is also a member of the Emperor of Shiling's family. Ling Taihan looked at Yili with some surprise. After a while, he smiled and said, Princess Ding is indeed extraordinary. Yili shook her head helplessly. If Pavilion Master Ling didn't appear here, I wouldn't have made such a guess. Although there were many people who guessed Ling Taihan's background, Ling Taihan usually didn't have any flaws or loopholes. He hadn't interacted with the Emperor of Shiling for so many years, so it was naturally difficult for people to guess his background. But when Yili eliminated all the possibilities that could make Ling Taihan help Lei Jinting, there was only one left. The bad relationship between Ling Taihan and Lei Jinting wasn't just an act. To make Ling Taihan put aside the prejudice of so many years to help Lei Jinting, Ling Taihan could only be a member of the Emperor of Shiling's family. The long ancient road seemed cold and lonely under the dim moonlight. After a while, Ling Taihan said, My mother used to be the imperial concubine of the late emperor. Yili raised her eyebrows. There were always schemes and conflicts in the palace. Ling Taihan was the prince of the late emperor of Shiling, but he only said that he had a grudge against Ling Taihan and not the emperor of Shiling's family. It was likely that the early death of Ling Taihan's mother and her wandering in the Jianghu had something to do with Lei Jinting, or Lei Jinting's mother's family. Yili vaguely remembered that there was an extremely favored imperial concubine of the late Emperor of Xiling. Later, she seemed to have been killed by the late Emperor of Xiling. But it was really too long ago, so naturally no one paid attention to it. Even Yili herself only glanced at Lei Jinting's file by chance. She didn't even remember the name of that imperial concubine. Yili sighed softly. She also understood that the situation before her was inevitable. She nodded and said, "Pavilion Master Ling, please make your move." Ling Taihan raised his eyebrows. "You're not afraid?" If Yili said that she was confident that she could defeat Ling Taihan, it was definitely a joke. If Ling Taihan went all out to kill, not to mention Yili, even if everyone on the battlefield was tied up, they still wouldn't be enough to kill Ling Taihan. Chapter 986. Yili smiled helplessly and said, "So what if I'm afraid?" If she was afraid that Ling Taihan would let her go, she didn't mind showing how scared she was. Ling Taihan looked down at the iron sword in his hand and said, "If Princess is willing, you can visit the Yanwang Chamber of Commerce as a guest. After half a month, I will personally send Princess back." Ling Taihan made it very obvious that he didn't want to make things difficult for Yili. He just wanted to stop her from rushing back. As for whether Yili was alive or dead, it didn't make any difference to Ling Taihan. Ling Taihan didn't want to fight with her because of his friendship with Su Qingxin and his admiration for Yili. Unfortunately, although Ling Taihan thought so, Yili didn't appreciate his kindness. She smiled faintly and said, "Pavilion Master Ling, please." As Yili spoke, Zhuge Jing, Lin Han, and Ajin quietly moved and surrounded Ling Taihan. However, on the whole, they all seemed to be blocking Yili from entering the room. Seeing their actions, Ling Taihan's eyes flashed with admiration. He nodded and said, "In that case, I'll offend you." Ling Taihan slowly pulled out the iron sword in his hand. His movements were slow, as if he was hesitating whether to use the sword or not. Just as he pulled out the sword, Zhuge Jing, Lin Han, and Ajin rushed over from 3 directions at the same time. This was supposed to happen in the blink of an eye, but the moment they moved, they saw a cold light cut through the night sky. Ling Taihan's long sword swept toward Zhuge Jing and the others with a sharp sword aura. With Ling Taihan's skills, if Zhuge Jing and the others met him head-on, they would be injured or killed. So when they saw the cold light, the 3 of them changed their direction at the same time and brushed past the sword aura. A large piece of Lin Han's clothes was cut off. Zhuge Jing and the other 2 stared at the man in front of them solemnly. At that moment, they finally understood the gap between them and a real supermaster. Facing Ling Taihan's overwhelming pressure, the 3 of them only felt a faint burning pain in their hearts. If it weren't for the fact that the 3 of them were people with strong willpower, they would have already fallen to the ground. Zhuge Jing took a deep breath. Suddenly, he straightened his sword and charged toward Ling Taihan again. Figures danced in front of him, and sword chi filled the air. However, Zhuge Jing's all-out attack was unable to disrupt Ling Taihan's state of mind. As they fought, Ling Taihan even had the time to speak. That's right. In the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible. But you're not fast enough. Ling Taihan's speed wasn't fast, but no matter how fast Zhuge Jing was, Ling Taihan's sword was always able to easily block at the most appropriate place. This kind of attack didn't just exhaust the opponent's physical strength and energy, it also wore down the opponent's willpower. Lin Han and Ajin looked at each other. Lin Han raised the sword in his hand and charged forward. Ajin waved the long whip in her hand. With a whoosh, it shot toward Ling Taihan like a poisonous snake. Yili, who was standing at the side, sighed slightly. She drew the short blade in her sleeve and charged forward as well. In terms of close combat, there weren't many people in the world who were Yi Li's match, but Ling Taihan was obviously one of them. Princess's skills. It's a pity that your internal energy is too weak, Ling Taihan praised sincerely. As a woman, Yi Li's skills weren't bad. She had only been practicing internal energy for 10 years, but she was already comparable to Lung Luiyue. It was clear that Yi Li's talent wasn't ordinary. It was a pity that she had missed the best age to practice internal energy. Compared to a peerless master like Ling Taihan, she really wasn't worth mentioning. Yi Li's movements were even faster than Zhuo Jing and Lin Han's. Every move she made was aimed at a vital point. However, in Ling Taihan's eyes, such a dangerous move was still not enough. It was no wonder that she was the only peerless master in the world who could compete with Prince Ding. Although it was 4 against 1, Zhuo Jing and the others became more and more depressed. Just like how they couldn't win against Prince Ding, they also couldn't win against Ling Taihan, who was evenly matched with Prince Ding. "Princess, leave quickly," Zhuo Jing said in a low voice. Yi Li smiled bitterly, but her hands didn't stop moving. How could she leave now? Ling Taihan wasn't using his full strength. If she left, Zhuo Jing would die in a few moments at Ling Taihan's hands. More importantly, she didn't have the confidence that she could escape Ling Taihan's pursuit alone. "Princess Ding, I have offended you." Ling Taihan's cold voice carried a trace of regret. The sword in his hand moved like the wind, easily pushing Zhuo Jing and Lin Han aside. His sword went straight for Yi Li. "Princess!" Zhuo Jing and the other two exclaimed in unison. At the same time, Zhuo Jing whistled softly and rushed forward with Lin Han. The long swords in their hands fiercely chopped down. This strike used up all of their strength, and they actually managed to block Ling Taihan's strike. Jin took the opportunity to pull Yi Li behind her with her long whip. "Princess, leave quickly," Jin said, staring at Ling Taihan with an unfriendly expression. "Interesting." Ling Taihan raised his eyebrows as he looked at Zhuo Jing and Lin Han, who had fallen to the ground. They weren't injured. They just used up all their strength to block Ling Taihan's sword. But if these two people did not die this time, no matter if it was their state of mind or martial arts, they would have a huge improvement. The people from Ding Palace are indeed extraordinary. But is there anyone who can block the next sword? Yi Li's expression was heavy. She had never felt so powerless in all these years. Qi Lin hadn't arrived yet. He must have been entangled by the people sent by the Yanwang Chamber of Commerce and Lei Jinting. Moreover, as the saying goes, a strong person can defeat 10 skilled people. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how many strategies and schemes there were, they were all empty words. Looking at the woman in white who was as calm as water, Ling Taihan sighed softly and waved the sword in his hand. Jin swung her whip. The whip, which was specially made by a skilled craftsman, was easily cut by the sword. The sword swept toward Yi Li without stopping. Zhuo Jing and the others widened their eyes in despair. Whoosh! In the dark forest, a strong force shot out and hit Ling Taihan's sword. The sword that was stabbing toward Yi Li paused. Ling Taihan's expression changed slightly. His gaze shot toward the forest on the ancient road. "Who is it?" Chapter 987. In the woods, a man dressed in black strolled out. Under the dim moonlight, his determined face could be seen clearly. The middle-aged man with some wrinkles had a deep, chiseled face, as if carved by a knife. The hair on his temples was already gray, and he looked indifferently at the people under the moonlight. "Mu Qing Song," Ling Taihan said in a low voice. "Pavilion Master Ling, long time no see." Mu Qing Song nodded faintly. The person who came was the former number 1 master of the Chu state, Mu Qing Song, who had suddenly disappeared. Mu Qing Song looked at Yi Li, who was standing to the side, and said, "Princess Consort, you can take them and leave first." Yi Li walked over to help Zhuo Jing and Lin Han up. She nodded and said, "Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Mu." Ling Taihan silently watched Yi Li leave with her people. He didn't chase after them. He knew very well that if he didn't deal with Mu Qing Song first, he wouldn't be able to touch Yi Li tonight. Although he was confident that he could defeat Mu Qing Song, one of the former 4 masters in the world wasn't someone that could be easily dealt with. Moreover, he could feel that Mu Qing Song seemed to be a little different from 10 years ago. 10 years ago, he had a chance to fight with Mu Qing Song. At that time, He clearly felt that Mu Qing-tsong was regressing. So, he never took Mu Qing-tsong seriously again. It was inevitable that one's strength would decline as they got older, but at that time, Mu Qing-tsong was clearly still in his prime. But when they met this time, he found that Mu Qing-tsong wasn't as bad as he had expected. He even made some progress. Moreover, Ling Taihan also had some things that he didn't understand. Frowning, Ling Taihan said, "I didn't know that Mu Qing-tsong would actually pledge allegiance to the Princeton Mansion. Outsiders might not know, but how could Ling Taihan, who controlled the Yanwang Chamber of Commerce, not know Mu Qing-tsong's true identity?" Mu Yang and Mu Jingmin had just fallen into the hands of the Princeton Mansion, but Mu Qing-tsong came to save Princess Ding. This was really out of Ling Taihan's expectations. "I'm not from the Princeton Mansion," Mu Qing-tsong said coldly. Ling Taihan raised his eyebrows. "Then, Brother Mu, why are you doing this?" Mu Qing-tsong said, "It's just a deal with the Princeton Mansion. I promised to protect Princess Ding at the Princeton Mansion for 3 days. After 3 days, you can kill me or torture me as you wish." Ling Taihan sighed helplessly and said, "Although I don't want to fight with Brother Mu now, it seems that I have no choice but to do so." 3 days later, Yili had already returned to the Mahist army's camp. At that time, with the protection of hundreds of thousands of Mahist army and thousands of Qi Lin, it would be difficult to even get close to Yili, let alone kill Yili. "After you." Mu Qing-tsong nodded indifferently. Soon, two figures fiercely fought on the ancient road. Under the moonlight, the two figures met at times, and sword qi shot out in all directions. The momentum of a fight between real experts was completely different from the fight with Yi Li and the others just now. In the dark, Lung Luiyue and Mu Qing-tsong watched Yi Li and the others riding away. Lung Luiyue frowned and said, "Should we help Big Brother stop them?" Although they didn't agree with touching Princess Ding, since Big Brother insisted on doing it, they could only support him as his younger siblings. Sickly Scholar shook his head and said, "No, let them go. The Princeton Mansion isn't that easy to mess with. And Big Brother also went easy on them just now. With Ling Taihan's martial arts, if he really wanted to kill Yi Li, he could just hide in the dark and directly attack. Even if Mo Xiaoyao personally came, he wouldn't be able to stop him if he wasn't prepared beforehand. They were assassins, so why would they need to stand on the side of the road and talk nonsense for so long?" Lung Luiyue frowned and thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "That's right, Big Brother promised to kill Yi Li on the road. If Yi Li herself escapes and returns to the Mahist army, then it's not our fault." Moreover, the other side also had the help of one of the world's top 4 experts. Even if Big Brother failed, no one could say anything. As assassins, whether it was the indifferent Lung Luiyue or the ruthless Sickly Scholar, they were all calm and rational people. With the Yanwang Chamber of Commerce's Jianghu influence, it wasn't a good thing for them to go up against the Princeton Mansion, whose influence spanned over half of the original Xiling and Chu state. Whether Mo Xiaoyao was seriously injured or not, as long as Mo Xiaoyao wasn't dead, the Mahist army and the Princeton Mansion were still extremely terrifying existences. It should be known that when Mo Xiaoyao's legs were crippled and he was poisoned, he still managed to protect the Princeton Mansion, which was on the verge of collapse. Not to mention that the Princeton Mansion's influence was at its peak. If Lei Jinting hadn't sent people to find Big Brother this time, they wouldn't even have known that Big Brother, who had no parents since childhood, was the prince of the Emperor of Xiling. However, for so many years, the Emperor of Xiling had nothing to do with them. Big Brother had never received any benefits from the Emperor of Xiling. They had even been wantonly suppressed by Lei Jinting. Why should Big Brother go up against the Princeton Mansion for the Emperor of Xiling? The battle between Ling Taihan and Mu Qing-tsong lasted until the next morning. The morning sun shone on the side of the ancient road. Ling Taihan stood on the side of the road with the iron sword in his hand, looking down at Mu Qing-tsong not far away. Blood quietly slid down his arm from his sleeves and fell into the dust at his feet. "The Chu State's #1 expert, you really live up to your reputation," Ling Taihan said lightly. Not far in front of him, Mu Qingcang half knelt on the ground with a pale face. His right shoulder was almost pierced through, and his abdomen was already dyed red with blood. This time, the two of them weren't the same as the previous spars between Ling Taihan and Mo Xiaoyao. This was a true battle of life and death. In the past few years, Mu Qingcang didn't pay attention to worldly affairs and lived in seclusion, concentrating on martial arts. After throwing away the shackles that had been placed on him, Mu Qingcang gradually recovered and even improved his martial arts. Although he was slightly inferior to Ling Taihan, when he fought with his life on the line, Ling Taihan was actually stopped here for an entire night. Mu Qingcang casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled bitterly. Pavilion Master Ling is too kind. This one admits defeat. Ling Taihan shook his head and didn't say anything. Lung Luiyue and Sickly Scholar appeared in front of him. When they saw the dark red blood on the ground beside Ling Taihan, they stared unkindly at the heavily injured Mu Qingcang kneeling on the ground. Big brother. Mu Qingcang reached out to stop Sickly Scholar, who wanted to kill Mu Qingcang. The victor has been decided. There's no need to cause any more trouble. Sickly Scholar nodded and asked, Big brother, are we still chasing? Ling Taihan smiled at his two younger siblings who had worried expressions. He raised his sword-wielding hand and said, I have internal injuries. Let's go back. Lung Luiyue and Sickly Scholar's eyes flashed with surprise. Big brother really didn't plan on killing Princess Ding. Yes, big brother. Let's go back. Lung Luiyue stepped forward to support Ling Taihan. Ling Taihan waved his hand and said, No need. Brother Mu, do you need me to send someone to send you back? Thank you, Pavilion Master Ling. The Prince Ding Mansion will take care of Mr. Mu. At some point, Mo Hua appeared on the side of the ancient road and looked at the three people in front of him with a cold expression. Seeing Mo Hua, Ling Taihan frowned. The assassins of the Yanwang Chamber of Commerce who were sent to stop Qi Lin and the Mahist Army Shadow Guard were probably finished. Ling Taihan didn't know Mo Hua, but he could see that Mo Hua's martial arts were far superior to Zhu Jing and Lin Han. Such a person didn't have the slightest reputation in the imperial court or in Jianghu. It could be seen that the Prince Ding Mansion was really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Chapter 988. Forget it, Yanwang Chamber. It's been too long, and he's a little tired of it. Nodding, Ling Taihan said, Goodbye. If Prince Ding wants revenge, I'll be waiting for you at any time. Lung Luiyue wanted to say something, but Ling Taihan glanced at her. She had no choice but to shut her mouth and leave with Ling Taihan. Only Mo Hua and Mu Qingcang were left on the side of the road. Mo Hua said in a deep voice, Thank you for your help, Mr. Mu. How are your injuries? Mu Qingcang stood up, but his body was a little shaky. Although he fought with Ling Taihan for a few hours, his injuries were far more than Ling Taihan's. Ling Taihan said that he suffered internal injuries, but Mu Qingcang knew that Ling Taihan only suffered some superficial injuries. Fortunately, I hope the Prince Ding Mansion can keep their promise. Mu Qingcang stared at Mo Hua. Mo Hua nodded, raised his hand, and clapped lightly. Two men in black walked over with an old man. Rather than saying that they were carrying him, it was better to say that they were carrying him. The old man's hair was as white as snow, and his face looked like an old man who was already over 70 years old. However, those who knew him knew that he was 2 years away from 60. Even half a month ago, he looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s. What did you do to him? Mu Qingcang's eyes turned cold as he asked sternly. Mo Hua said indifferently, We didn't do anything. He was already like this when we brought him back. Ever since he saw Mu Yang's corpse, Marquis Mu Yang seemed to have aged 20 to 30 years overnight. Moreover, his mind was a little unclear. He was muddle-headed, and no matter how others treated him, he didn't respond. He would occasionally wake up, and no matter who he grabbed, he would call Yang. Even Mo Xiaoyao, who originally wanted to see him, had no interest in him. If not for this, Mu Qingcang probably wouldn't have been able to see him. Mu Qingcang supported his somewhat wobbly body and walked forward to support Marquis Mu Yang. He called out softly, Father? As if he heard the word father, Marquis Muyang's dazed eyes turned and stared fixedly at Mu Qingcang. After a while, he said, Yang. A trace of sadness flashed through Mu Qingcang's eyes. He supported Marquis Muyang from the two black-clothed shadow guards and said, Father, let's go home. Marquis Muyang had no objections and allowed Mu Qingcang to help him walk away. Behind him, Mo Hua said in a deep voice, in exchange for saving the princess consort, Marquis Muyang will be at your disposal. But if he does something he shouldn't do again, Mr. Mu better remember Prince's words. Mu Qingcang paused and said in a low voice, I know. You won't see him or me again in the future. Looking at Mu Qingcang and Marquis Muyang's departing figures, the shadow guard beside Mo Hua asked in a low voice, Commander, are we letting them go just like that? Mo Hua nodded and said in a low voice, Mu Qingcang saved the princess consort. When it came to matters related to the princess consort, the prince always kept his word. Moreover, the prince didn't kill Mu Qingcang for so many years. Naturally, you wouldn't be interested in killing him now. Let's go back. We still have things to do in the army. Soon, the three black-clothed men disappeared from the side of the ancient road. On the official road, in an inconspicuous roadside courier station, Lei Tingfeng was sitting leisurely and drinking tea. Although he had been tricked by Mo Xiaoyao previously and had hurried back to Yuming Pass, the Xing'e Empire and the Western Xing'e Empire didn't have to worry about. However, the subsequent developments did not cause any harm to Xiling and the Lord of Jinnan's residence. On the contrary, Mo Jingli had surprised everyone with a single brilliant feat he had made the Xiling army, who had been in a passive position on the battlefield, much more comfortable. Therefore, Lei Tingfeng's mood had been very good these few days. Seeing the three people strolling over not far away, the smile on Lei Tingfeng's face became even wider. He even got up to greet them personally. Tungfeng greets the royal uncle. Ling Taihan looked at the man in front of him indifferently. The Jianghu is uncivilized. I don't dare to accept the crown prince's greeting. Lei Tungfeng smiled and said, How can that be? The royal uncle is the son of the royal grandfather, and also a blood relative of the emperor of Xiling. It's natural for Tungfeng to greet you. Ling Taihan frowned and looked at him for a moment. Suddenly, he revealed a cold smile. Lei Tingfeng, didn't your father tell you to stay away from me? Lei Tingfeng was shocked. His father had indeed warned him before. It was just that he had some urgent matters to take care of, so he came personally. He didn't expect that he would lose his sense of propriety. Although there were many thoughts in his mind, Lei Tingfeng's face was calm. He said respectfully, Nephew has been rude. Please forgive me, Pavilion Master Ling. Ling Taihan snorted and walked forward. Lei Tingfeng glanced at Ling Taihan's blood-stained sleeves and frowned slightly. He hurriedly followed and said, Pavilion Master Ling, I wonder if Princess Ding. Princess Ding has left, Ling Taihan said calmly. What? Lei Tingfeng couldn't help but cry out. He really didn't expect that even the Yinwang Chamber's Pavilion Master couldn't kill Yi Li. His father had clearly said that Ling Taihan's martial arts were very likely above his. How could he not be able to kill Yi Li, whose martial arts weren't first class? Ling Taihan turned around and glanced at the shocked man behind him. Lei Tungfeng only felt his scalp go numb, but he still had to resist Ling Taihan's pressure and said, Pavilion Master Ling, you clearly promised my father. I said I'll do my best. Ling Taihan interrupted him and said, I've already done my best, but the martial arts of Yi Li and the people around her. Lei Tingfeng said in disbelief. Sickly Scholar glanced at Lei Tingfeng and said, Can't you see that Big Brother is already injured? If you think that anyone can catch up to Yi Li and kill her after fighting with Mu Qingcang, why are you still looking for Big Brother? Mu Qingcang. Lei Tingfeng's heart sank. Even if they were scheming, they didn't expect that there would be another Mu Qingcang. The former #1 expert of Dechu State, after being silent for nearly 10 years, the first thing he did when he reappeared was to ruin the Prince Ding Mansion's important matter. But seeing the three people leisurely stroll, Even Lei Tingfeng felt uncomfortable in his heart, no matter how good his temper was. With Ling Taihan like this, who would believe that he didn't go easy? Perhaps because Lei Tingfeng's expression was too obvious. Ling Taihan frowned and looked at Lei Tingfeng and said, Lei Tingfeng, do you think that because I'm injured, I won't dare to kill you? Lei Tingfeng's expression changed slightly. He lowered his eyes and said, this little nephew doesn't dare. Since it's like this little nephew will take his leave. Ling Taihan didn't comment and only said, go back and tell Lei Jinting that I've repaid the favor I owe him. In the future, it's time to resolve the grudge between this lord and him. Lei Tingfeng said quietly, this little nephew will definitely pass the message to father. Goodbye. Lei Tingfeng said quietly, this little nephew will definitely pass the message to father. Goodbye. Although he didn't know what kind of grudge there was between father and Ling Taihan, Lei Tingfeng knew that the reason why Ling Taihan hadn't really caused trouble for Jinan Palace was because Ling Taihan owed father a great favor back then. Otherwise, as long as Ling Taihan chose to support the Emperor of Xiling, coupled with the power of the Yanwang Chamber of Commerce, he could give Jinan Palace a headache. Chapter 989. However, in the eyes of someone like Ling Taihan, there was obviously no such thing as erasing grudges. Once the favor was repaid, it was time to collect the debt. At this moment, Lei Tingfeng couldn't help but wonder if his father and he had made a mistake in asking Ling Taihan to deal with Yili. After bidding farewell to Ling Taihan, Lei Tingfeng rushed back to the Xiling army without stopping. Lei Jinting saw his defeated expression and couldn't help but sigh. Without waiting for Lei Tingfeng to speak, he asked, Ling Taihan failed? Lei Tingfeng nodded. Father, Ling Taihan deliberately let Yili go? Lei Jinting asked with an ugly expression. Although he had considered this possibility when he went to find Ling Taihan had always been a man of his words, and there really wasn't a more suitable candidate than him. He could only choose to believe in Ling Taihan. Lei Tingfeng said with some uncertainty, Ling Taihan was also injured. It was the missing number 1 master of Dechu State, Ling Taihan, who blocked Ling Taihan. The two fought fiercely for an entire night. By the time the victor was decided at dawn, Yi Li and the others had already entered the area controlled by the Prince Ding mansion. He didn't know whether Ling Taihan had gone easy on them or not, but at least Ling Taihan wasn't that enthusiastic about killing Yi Li. Mu Qing-song? Lei Jinting frowned. Ridiculous. Yi Li had just destroyed the house of Marquis Muyang. Why would Mu Qing-song save her? Lei Tingfeng said, I sent someone to investigate. The one who suddenly appeared to block Ling Taihan's sword was indeed Mu Qing-song. After the two fought, Mu Qing-song was seriously injured and took away an old man from the Prince Ding mansion. According to my subordinate's report, it was very likely the old Marquis Muyang, Mu Jingmin. Originally, Ling Taihan almost killed Yi Li. At this point, Lei Tingfeng also felt a little regretful. Although he admired Yi Li's ability and intelligence, they were still enemies. How could Lei Tingfeng not secretly grieving after losing an opportunity to get rid of such a powerful enemy? Lei Jinting shook his head. God's will. As long as Mo Xiaoyao really couldn't make it, so be it if Yi Li lived. What we should pay attention to now is the situation on the battlefield. Lei Tingfeng nodded and put away the slight depression in his heart. He said in a low voice, Father is right. Now Mo Xiaoyao is seriously injured and can't come out. But looking at the Mahist army's performance these days, Mo Xiaoyao is probably seriously injured. Otherwise, Feng Jiao wouldn't be in a hurry to get Princess Ding back. These days, the Mahist army was no longer as elusive as before on the battlefield, making people tired of dealing with them. It was obvious that the commander had changed. Mo Xiaoyao was seriously injured to the point where he couldn't even manage the military affairs. This was definitely good news for West Hill. Mo Jingli's hundreds of thousands of reinforcements have also arrived in the north. I'm afraid they are preparing to counterattack. As long as we take down the Mahist army here as soon as possible, Lu Jingxian won't be able to come back as reinforcements. Lei Tingfeng said. At the mention of Mo Jingli, Lei Jinting frowned slightly and said, "Let him do what he wants. This is the only use he has." But Tungfeng, Mo Jingli is a narrow-minded person who seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. This time, he will definitely hold a grudge in his heart. If you encounter him on the battlefield, be careful of him. If necessary, think of a way to get rid of him. Father? Lei Tingfeng was startled. He looked at Lei Jinting with a faint sense of uneasiness. Although his father usually taught him a lot of things, he didn't tell him how to deal with the ruler of a country. Lei Jinting smiled faintly and said, "You are not young anymore. You should have taken charge long ago. When this battle is over, Jinan Palace will be handed over to you." Father? Lei Tingfeng was shocked. He looked at Lei Jinting worriedly. Lei Jinting smiled unconcernedly and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it. Let's not worry about these things for now. We must pay attention to the defense of Yuming Pass. After all, in the eyes of the Mahist army, we are the true enemy. If there really is a crisis, Lu Jingxian might give up on Mo Jingli's side and come back with reinforcements." Even if they didn't want to admit it, the Mahist army's enmity towards the Chu army was not as great as their enmity towards the Xiling army. Even on the battlefield, the Mahist army and the Chu army's clashes were not as intense as the Xiling army's clashes. It wasn't that Lu Jingxian's army wasn't strong enough. It was that both sides still recognized that they were once a family. Therefore, if there really was a crisis at the Prince Ding mansion, Lu Jingxian would most likely give up on everything except Yuming Pass and attack the Xiling army instead. Lei Tingfeng nodded and said, "I understand." Lei Jinting nodded with satisfaction and said, "Forget it. Go and do your work." Lei Tingfeng thought for a while and asked, "Father, did you already know that Ling Taihan couldn't kill Yili?" When he came back to report, although his father was a little unhappy, he wasn't very surprised or angry. Lei Jinting shook his head and said, "It would be best if he could kill her. It doesn't matter if he couldn't." Lei Tingfeng looked at Lei Jinting in confusion and frowned. All these years, it was because Ling Taihan owed his father a favor that he didn't do anything to the Lord of Jinan's mansion. Now that he had returned the favor, wouldn't the Lord of Jinan's mansion have one more enemy? Lei Jinting sighed and said, "Even if this didn't happen, I would still think of a way to make him repay that favor." Children are slow. Lei Tingfeng really didn't understand his father's thoughts. "Silly child, Ling Taihan owes me a favor, not you." In Ling Taihan's heart, there was no such thing as erasing the grudge between the two sides, nor was there such a thing as extending the favor to the next generation. However, most of the people who had wronged Ling Taihan in the past were still living under the protection of Jinan Palace. Either he killed Ling Taihan before he died, or he killed all these people before he died. Otherwise, Ling Taihan would still find trouble with Lei Tingfeng in the future. However, neither of these options were very realistic. Lei Tingfeng left in confusion. When he reached the door, he paused and suddenly understood his father's meaning. Lei Tingfeng frowned and gritted his teeth, but he didn't go back in. As expected, he wasn't strong enough. That was why his father was so worried about him. Chapter 990. By the time Yi Li's group arrived at Feihong Pass, it was already the night of the second day. Feng Jiao was already waiting outside Feihong Pass to welcome them. Seeing Yi Li's return, Feng Jiao clearly heaved a sigh of relief. "Princess, you're finally back." Seeing Feng Jiao's expression, Yi Li's heart sank slightly. She asked what happened. Feng Jiao sighed. The prince was ambushed by someone from Infinite Boundless Mountain. How could he be so easily ambushed? Yi Li raised her eyebrows and asked. Putting aside how high Mo Xiaoyao's martial arts, Mo Xiaoyao had clearly obtained the list of Infinite Boundless Mountain spies in the Prince Ding mansion a long time ago. How could he still be ambushed? Feng Jiao helplessly smiled bitterly. We were careless. That person suddenly made a move and almost injured the little prince. The prince was also doing this for. Seeing Yi Li's expression change, Feng Jiao hurriedly said, "Don't worry, princess." The little prince was not injured. Seeing the unconcealable fatigue on Feng Jiao's handsome face, Yili nodded and said, "You've also worked hard these days. How is Xiuyao?" Feng Jiao frowned and said, Princess, let's go back and talk." Returning to Feihong Pass, because most of the soldiers still did not know that something had happened to Prince Ding, they naturally did not know that Princess had suddenly returned. Those who came to welcome Yi Li were only Yuan Pei, the Southern Marquis, and Murongshan. Mo Xiuyao was temporarily staying in the general's mansion in Feihong Pass. The group of people returned to the mansion and went straight to Mo Xiuyao's courtyard. Entering the room, Yi Li saw everything in front of her and could not help but be stunned. She turned back to look at Feng Jiao and asked, "What happened?" There was indeed a person lying on the bed, covered with a thick blanket that covered most of his face. Only a head of snow-white hair was exposed. Even though Yi Li didn't walk in, she could tell that the person on the bed wasn't Mo Xiuyao. Feng Jiao smiled bitterly. When the person on the bed heard Yi Li's voice, he suddenly sat up and got off the bed. His handsome face scrunched up tightly as he said to Yi Li, "You're finally back. I've been lying here every day, pretending to be dead. I'm so tired." "Han Mingxi?" Yi Li raised her eyebrows, her cold gaze sweeping over Feng Jiao and the others. Feng Jiao said in a low voice, "Prince is missing." "Missing?" Yi Li frowned as she stared at Feng Jiao. Even though she wasn't angry, Feng Jiao felt his scalp go numb. When Wang Fei was truly angry, her power was no less than Prince's. Bracing himself, he nodded. Feng Jiao hurriedly recounted what had happened. Originally, that day, the playful and naughty Mo Xiaobao had been kidnapped. The other party had left a letter for Mo Xiuyao to go alone. Otherwise, they couldn't guarantee Mo Xiaobao's safety. Mo Xiuyao naturally could not allow Mo Xiaobao to be harmed, so he went alone to the agreed-upon location. By the time Feng Jiao and the others found the place, they only saw Mo Xiaobao, who was unconscious with his acupoint sealed and the ground full of blood and corpses, but there was no trace of Mo Xiuyao. After that, Feng Jiao and the others secretly ordered people to search the area within a 100-li radius, but they didn't even see Mo Xiuyao's shadow. Helpless, they could only pretend that Mo Xiuyao was injured. At least, they had to make people think that Prince Ding was still in the army. Yi Li frowned. Feng Jiao's narration sounded very normal, but it made her feel that something was wrong. It was too logical. How did Xiuyao deal with the name list that I sent back? Name list? Feng Jiao frowned, then remembered. Last time, when Wang Fei went to Jiangnan, she sent someone to send back the name list. Prince looked at it and kept it. Afterwards, he was busy with the war in the northern tribes. Prince he didn't seem to have seen Mo Xiuyao deal with this matter. If Yi Li's most trusted people were Qin Feng and Zhui Jing, then Mo Xiuyao's most trusted aide was Feng Jiao. If even Feng Jiao didn't know, that meant that Mo Xiuyao indeed didn't deal with this matter. But this was clearly illogical. Infinite, boundless mountain had planted spies in the Mahist army. Ignoring them was definitely not Mo Xiuyao's style. Unless he had other uses for them. Han Mingxi laughed mockingly. Some people like to think themselves clever and ended up making a fool of themselves. Mingxi. Han Mingwei, who had just entered, had just happened to hear Han Mingxi's words as she said rather helplessly. Glancing at Yi Li's furrowed brows, Han Mingwei also knew that now was not the time for jokes. She said rather apologetically, "June, Princess, I didn't." Yi Li tugged at the corner of her lips lightly, saying with a mild smile, "I understand. Young Master Mingwei, is there any news?" Han Mingwei shook her head, frowning. According to the news from various sources, apart from ourselves, neither Mo Jingli nor Lei Jinting know that Xiuyao has gone missing. This also means that Mo Jingli's spy did not return. It is possible that he is already dead or has escaped. In comparison, the possibility of him being dead was higher. If he was still alive, it was impossible for him not to return to find Mo Jingli and then report the news of Mo Xiuyao. If he had succeeded, there would be even less of a need for him to escape. After killing Prince Ding, Mo Xiaoyao, Mo Jingli's reward would be enough for him to live in luxury for several lifetimes. Moreover, if he escaped alone, he would have to face the pursuit of the Prince Ding mansion. Where could he escape to? Now, whether it was Mo Xiaoyao or this spy, they did not have any news of them. Yili thought for a moment before asking, "Who is that person?" Feng Jiao's expression was somewhat ugly as he said, "He is Prince Ding's bodyguard, a member of the Shadow Guard." Prince Ding's martial arts were extremely high, and the amount of time he needed to accompany the Shadow Guard was almost negligible. Furthermore, Mo Xiaoyao had many experts by his side, and there was no need for him to personally train his subordinates like Yi Li. Therefore, compared to the current status of Zhuo Jing and the others, the Shadow Guard by Mo Xiaoyao's side could almost be said to be inconspicuous to the extreme. After the role of the Shadow Guard was gradually taken over by Qi Lin, these Shadow Guards were even less noticed. Even so, however, the Shadow Guard was still an extremely important force of the Prince Ding Mansion. Compared to the Mahist Army and the Black Cloud Cavalry, they were even more important because they were closer to Prince Ding in the shadows than the army. Who would have thought that Infinite Boundless Mountain would actually be able to insert someone into the Shadow Guard? Fortunately, Infinite Boundless Mountain had already been destroyed. Otherwise, it would have been even more disadvantageous for the Prince Ding Mansion. "Tell Mo Hua to come see me," Yili said in a low voice. "You all go and rest. These few days have been tiring. If there is anything, we can talk about it tomorrow." Everyone looked somewhat worriedly at Yili. These few days had indeed not been easy for them. However, having traveled for 2 days and 2 nights, the expression of the princess consort was even more unsightly. Han Mingwei and Feng Jiao exchanged glances. Feng Jiao nodded, saying, "Yes, we will take our leave. Princess consort, you should also rest well." Yili nodded, not saying anything else. Everyone quietly retreated, leaving her sitting alone under the lamp, lost in thought. "Mother." It was already late at night, but the study was still very quiet, with only the occasional soft sound of candlelight bursting. Yili sat alone behind the desk, her brows lowered as she pondered. From the door of the room came some whispers. Yili raised her head and looked over. Mo Xiaobao was wearing a moon-white inner garment, not even wearing an outer garment as he stood at the door, staring at her. Chapter 991. Although it was the beginning of spring, there was no warmth in the northwest, whether it was day or night. Yi Li's eyes darkened. She quickly got up and took the cloak from the side to wrap him up. The adult's cloak was draped over Xiaobao's body and immediately wrapped around him. Yi Li carried him to the side with some difficulty and sat down. "Why didn't you put on the cloak properly before running out?" "Mother." Mo Xiaobao looked at Yi Li, his big round eyes flashing with tears. He sobbed, "Mother, Xiaobao didn't do it on purpose." "Woo-woo. Xiaobao didn't do it on purpose. Xiaobao knows he was wrong, Mother. Why are you crying?" Yi Li raised her hand to gently wipe away the tears hanging on his face. She raised her hand to rub his pink little face and said, "Mother knows it's not your fault. Don't be afraid. Your father will be fine. He'll be back soon." Mo Xiaobao sniffled and said seriously, "Father is back. Xiaobao won't make father angry anymore. Mother, Xiaobao will be good in the future." Yi Li lowered her head and kissed her son's forehead. "Mother knows that Xiaobao is a good child. Don't be afraid. Nothing will happen." Mo Xiaobao was smarter than most children. This meant that he knew a lot more than other children his age. Although Feng Jiao and the others didn't say anything in front of him, they didn't even tell him about Mo Xiaoyao's disappearance. But he already knew. It was just that these days, everyone in Ding Palace who knew the situation was worried and busy. No one paid attention to his movements. He also did not tell anyone anything. But no matter how smart he was still a child. Now that his mother was back, he couldn't hold back anymore. He didn't even wear his outer clothes and quietly avoided the Shadow Guard and ran to the study to find Yi Li. Mo Xiaobao sat in Yi Li's arms, his big watery eyes filled with worry. "Mother, will father really be all right? Yili faintly smiled. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. It's already very late. Xiaobao, go back and sleep. Okay? Emo Xiaobao raises his hand to rub his eyes. Xiaobao will accompany Mother. All right. Mother still has something to do. If you're sleepy, why don't you sleep for a while? Yili carefully adjusted the cloak on his body and softly said. After Emo Xiaobao nodded in agreement, he sat in Yi Li's arms and looked at the booklet in Yi Li's hand with wide eyes. In the past few days, Emo Xiaoyao had suddenly disappeared. Many matters had piled up in the Mahist army that Emo Xiaoyao or Yi Li had to deal with personally. Yi Li looked at two booklets and then looked down to see that Emo Xiaobao had already closed his eyes and fallen asleep. In the past few days, it wasn't only the adults who had been frightened and tired. Children's hearts were even more sensitive, so Emo Xiaobao was also very tired. Sitting in his mother's arms, he quickly fell asleep. This subordinate Emo Hua requests an audience with Wang Fei. At the door, Emo Hua's faint voice came. The brush in Yi Li's hand paused. Putting down the brush, she softly said, "Come in." Emo Hua walked in. Seeing Emo Xiaobao in Yi Li's arms, she was also stunned. Wang Fei, little Shitsi. Yi Li waved her hand and said, "Wait." Picking up Emo Xiaobao, she turned and went to the room in the study to rest. Putting him on the bed and covering him with a blanket, Yi Li turned to look at Emo Hua and asked, "You brought Mu Qing Song?" A trace of surprise flashed through Emo Hua's eyes. She said in a deep voice. This subordinate was a step late and frightened Wang Fei. "Wang Fei, please punish me." Yi Li shook her head. Looking at her, she asked, "Where did the prince go?" "This subordinate doesn't know." Emo Hua lowered her eyes. "You don't know?" Yi Li raised her eyebrows and looked at Emo Hua with a smile that wasn't a smile. "If you don't know, how did you know to bring Mu Qing Song to save me?" "As far as I know, there aren't many people who know Mu Qing Song's whereabouts and can ask him in advance. Among them shouldn't include Commander Emo. In addition, the place where Mu Qing Song is in seclusion is 3 days away from the place where Ling Taihan tried to kill me. From Feihong Pass, it would take more than 2 days to get there. In other words, before the prince was injured, you had already set off. Commander Emo, did you know in advance that the prince would go missing and this consort would be killed by Ling Taihan when she returned? In this world, there weren't many people who could deal with Yi Li and Qi Lin. If it wasn't for Ling Taihan or Lei Jinting personally taking action, there was no need to trouble Mu Qing Song. Even the current Lei Jinting might not be able to do it. Therefore, if there wasn't extremely accurate information or premeditation, Emo Hua wouldn't have time to find Mu Qing Song to save her." Emo Hua was silent. Yi Li looked at him calmly and nodded. "I understand. You just need to tell me, is Xiao Yao still alive?" Shake your head or nod your head. Although Emo Hua was a bit arrogant, he was a person who abided by the rules. If it wasn't for the fact that he really couldn't say it, he wouldn't refuse Yi Li with such a silent attitude. After a long while, Emo Hua finally nodded slightly. Yi Li heaved a sigh of relief. She was obviously relieved. No matter what, Emo Xiaoyao being alive was the best news. No one knew that even though Yi Li already had some speculations in her heart, when she was waiting for Emo Hua to nod his head, her heart still felt like it was being ruthlessly grasped by someone. She didn't even dare to imagine what would happen to her if Emo Hua's answer wasn't what she thought it would be. Yi Li nodded lightly. Emo Hua didn't want to say more because Emo Xiaoyao ordered him not to. Although she was a bit unhappy that Emo Xiaoyao hid things from her, Yi Li also knew that many things were very important to keep secret. After all, even if she had already gotten the list of names that Dongfang Yu gave to Emo Jingli, but who could guarantee that Dongfang Yu really gave them all? Where did Mu Qing Song go? After confirming that Emo Xiaoyao was fine, Yi Li was in the mood to pay attention to other things. When she spared Mu Qing Song's life back then, she really didn't think that she would be saved by him one day. Emo Hua respectfully said, "Mr. Mu took Marquis Mu Yang and left." What Emo Hua didn't say was that Mu Qing Song's injury was quite serious. He probably wouldn't be able to recover to his current level within 10 years. However, in Mo Hua's view, Mu Qingsong's injury was very valuable to be able to let Wang Fei safely escape from the Yanwang Chamber's master. Ling Taihan. Yili frowned. Now that Mo Xiaoyao wasn't here, if Ling Taihan continued to oppose them, it would be very troublesome. Then Yili had to find a way to get rid of him first. Even after experiencing a life-and-death situation, Yili still didn't have much malice towards Ling Taihan and didn't want to become enemies with him. It wasn't just because of the friendship between her eldest brother and him. In fact, Yili also knew that Ling Taihan didn't intend to kill her. Even if Mu Qingsong didn't feel it that day, in the end, she was most likely to be seriously injured and taken away by Ling Taihan. With Ling Taihan's strength, if he really wanted to kill her, there were many opportunities. Mo Hua said, Ling Taihan only promised Lei Jinting to kill Wang Fei on her way back to Fei Hong Pass. Since Wang Fei has returned, Ling Taihan won't make a move anymore. Moreover, according to the news from below, Ling Taihan has already brought people back to Yanwang Chamber. And this time, Yanwang Chamber didn't have no losses. To stop Qi Lin, the most powerful person in the Mahist army, even if it was only for a short while, Yanwang Chamber paid a heavy price. In the next few years, Yanwang Chamber wouldn't be able to deal with assassins anymore, unless Ling Taihan, Lung Luiyue, and Sickly Scholar personally made a move. Chapter 992. Yili nodded in satisfaction and said, Very good. You can go back and rest. Mo Hua respectfully nodded. This subordinate bids farewell. Watching as Mo Hua closed the door and left, Yili looked at the flickering candlelight in front of her. A cold smile appeared on her beautiful face. Mo Xiaoyao, have you become addicted to playing games? In a mysterious stronghold in the Prince Ding mansion, the white-robed and white-haired Prince Ding lazily leaned on the bed as he played with a simple and elegant green jade hairpin in his hand. There was a thick layer of white muslin wrapped around his casually draped outer robes. His handsome face was slightly pale, but his energy was very good. Looking at the green jade hairpin in his hand, Mo Xiaoyao sighed regretfully. Yili had returned, but he could not go back to see her. It was too annoying. Achoo! His Highness Prince Ding sneezed in an unglamorous manner as he tugged at the outer robe on his body in confusion. With his martial skills, even if he did not wear clothes, he should not feel cold. Did he catch a cold? The next morning, everyone came early to the study to request an audience with Yili. Even though Wang Fei had returned, there was still no news of the prince. The situation on the battlefield was starting to develop in a direction that was not in their favor. This caused the generals to stay up all night and head to Yi Li's courtyard early in the morning. A short while later, Yili came out holding Mo Xiaobao's hand. Mo Xiaobao was dressed in an inky robe embroidered with dragons. Even though he still appeared very young, his extraordinarily handsome face was tense, and he looked like a little adult. Everyone sit, Yili said faintly and led Mo Xiaobao to the main seat. Looking at Mo Xiaobao sitting next to Yili, Feng Jiao suddenly had a bad feeling. He hesitated before asking, Wang Fei, this little Shitzi. Feng Jiao wanted to say that they were discussing important matters, and it was not appropriate for the little Shitzi to be here. What if mentioning the prince scared the little Shitzi? Yili said, No need. I've already told you, Chen. He knows what to do. Everyone looked at each other and exchanged looks. Everyone knew that the prince never called the little Shitzi by his full name. Wang Fei, who had insisted in the end, was assimilated by the prince and called the little Shitzi by his nickname. When the princess called out Mo Yuchen's name, it meant that she had made a serious decision. Mo Xiaobao had a handsome face, and he nodded seriously. Feng Jiao's mouth twitched, and he asked, Wang Fei, what do you mean? Yili said faintly, Spread the news that Prince Ding's injury has worsened. Send a letter to Li City and ask Mr. Shun to come over as soon as possible. Half a month later, hold the funeral for the prince. Everyone looked in shock at Princess Ding, who was dressed in green and had an indifferent expression. Feng Jiao stuttered. Wang Fei, this subordinate feels that. Prince, Imo Xiaoyao was that unkillable thing. Even if there was no news now, Feng Jiao would at most guess that he was unlucky and broke his leg again and couldn't crawl back. But he never thought that he would die like this. Moreover, it was hard to accept that Wang Fei, who had always been deeply in love with Imo Xiaoyao, would say something like this. He is seriously injured and unconscious. What's the difference between that and death? Let's do it this way, Yili said. Han Minghua looked at Yi Li and raised her eyebrows. She stopped Han Mingxi, who wanted to speak, and said, holding a funeral is indeed a good choice. It will be easier to believe if Mr. Shun comes over. I think that neither Imo Jingli nor Jinim of Gojoseon will doubt it. After she said this, everyone suddenly realized that they had missed something. Wang Fei's arrangement didn't mean that Wang Fei believed that the prince was dead, but she wanted others to believe that the prince was dead. Feng Jiao's heart moved. He looked at Yi Li and said, Wang Fei, you have the prince's whereabouts? Yi Li shook her head regretfully and said, let's not care about the prince for now. Withdraw all the people we sent out to find him. What we need to do now is to stabilize the current situation. Marquis Nan? Marquis Nan stood up and said respectfully, previously, our army had fought with the Shilling army several times. Thanks to the prince's divine art of war, our army had always won more than lost. However, ever since the prince, Lei Jinting's attacks have suddenly become much stronger. Our army has found it difficult to deal with. Although the Mahist army was valiant, the Shilling army wasn't bad either. Not to mention that the Shilling army's numbers were far greater than the Mahist armies. Originally, when Imo Xiaoyao was here, they didn't feel anything. Once Imo Xiaoyao was gone, the Mahist army's disadvantage was immediately exposed. Yili nodded and said, you don't have to blame yourselves. It has been hard on you these days. Now that the Shilling army is strong, we don't have to fight them head-on. Let's try to avoid them. Wang Fei, what do you mean? Murong Shen asked. Yili said, avoid their sharp points and attack their weak points. Generals, let's split up and fight for ourselves. Feihong Pass will still be guarded by me and General Yuan Pei. Feihong Pass had been constantly strengthened by the Mahist army for more than 10 years. The degree of easy to defend and difficult to attack was definitely not inferior to the Cold Valley Pass, which was known as the impregnable pass of the Central Plains. The Mahist army really didn't have the chips to fight the Shilling army head-on now. But Wang Fei, if Lei Jinting tries his best to attack Feihong Pass, I'm afraid that you and General Yuan. Yili smiled and said, so you have to make him unable to do his best. I believe that this is what the Mahist army and the Black Cloud cavalry are good at. In addition, you don't have to worry about Feihong Pass. We have a batch of interesting things that will soon arrive at Feihong Pass. If Lei Jinting still wants to break through Feihong Pass, he can only use human lives to make up for it. I also want to know how many Shilling soldiers he is willing to sacrifice to attack Feihong Pass. Although they were a little curious about what the Wang Fei meant by interesting things. But looking at Yi Li's calm appearance, they couldn't help but feel relieved. They cupped their hands and said in unison, we obey. Chapter 993. Perhaps it was because Yi Li's reputation in the Mahist army was already high enough, or perhaps it was because all of the Mahist army's generals were extremely calm and composed. After the news of Imo Xiaoyao's heavy injury spread, the Mahist army did not fall into chaos and low morale as Feng Jiao and the others had feared. In fact, 10 days later, when the news of Imo Xiaoyao's death spread, the entire Mahist army did not have many problems. Instead, all of the soldiers of the Imo family army felt more hatred towards the enemy and shared a common enemy. When they actually received Imo Xiaoyao's obituary, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Even Imo Jingli, who had been full of confidence, and Lei Jinting, who had been somewhat worried, could not believe it. No one could believe that Imo Xiaoyao, the man who had caused everyone to be jealous of him, the man who had controlled half of the world for 10 years, had actually died just like that. Looking at the letter in front of him, Lei Jinting sighed with a complicated expression. Father. Lei Tingfeng stood to the side, looking at Lei Jinting's expression that seemed to be both happy and sad at the same time. Mo Xiaoyao's death was naturally a good thing, but he did not know why his father had such an expression. This made Lei Tingfeng have a bad feeling. Father, but is there a problem with the news of Mo Xiaoyao's death? In reality, Lei Tingfeng also did not dare to believe that Mo Xiaoyao had died just like that. Mo Xiaoyao's cunning and fickleness had also left a deep impression on Lei Tingfeng, so he couldn't help but suspect that Mo Xiaoyao had faked his death. However, he did not understand why Mo Xiaoyao had faked his death. Originally, this war had already been gradually leaning towards the Prince Ding mansion. As long as nothing unexpected happened, even if the stalemate continued for another 2 or 3 years, the Prince Ding mansion's chances of winning were much higher than Jinan Palace's. Mo Xiaoyao's arrival could be said to have completely given up all of their early advantages. Lei Jinting frowned and shook his head. It doesn't seem like it, but we can't do anything about it. Send someone to investigate again. We must confirm whether Mo Xiaoyao is really dead or not. If Mo Xiaoyao had really faked his death, he definitely had a big plan, and they could not let their guard down. However, in the current situation, if he stood still and did nothing, it was impossible for him to give up on this opportunity for nothing. Your son understands. Lei Tingfeng nodded. Of course, he also understood the importance of this matter. Another person who had the same thoughts as Lei Jinting was Mo Jingli, who was far away outside the Cold Valley Pass. In a secret stronghold somewhere in the Prince Ding mansion, Mo Xiaoyao looked at the secret memorial that his subordinate had presented and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at the memorial filled with his own words, he could not help but mutter softly, "Li must be angry. This is terrible. But this is hard to come by." However, since Li had announced the news of his death, she must have a way to convince others of the authenticity of this news. This was extremely beneficial for his secret plans. As expected, not hiding it from Li was a good decision. If Feng Jiao and the others were in charge of the situation at Feihong Pass right now, they would have made a fool of themselves. This had nothing to do with ability. It was just that Feng Jiao and the others did not have Yi Li's prestige and status. They also did not have the tacit understanding between them and Mo Xiaoyao that did not require words. Prince. The subordinate standing in front of him looked at the muttering prince in front of him, saying somewhat uncomprehendingly. Mo Xiaoyao's lips curled up in a smile, saying, "The battlefield will be left to Li and Feng San. We should also go and make preparations." To be able to find such an opportunity to leave the battlefield without being suspected was really not easy. After all, his martial arts were really too strong. If there was no explanation for them working together, even if his corpse was placed in front of Lei Jinting would probably think that it was someone else in disguise. Infinite, boundless mountain, this was really a good excuse. Since that was the case, he naturally had to make use of this opportunity to give Lei Jinting and Mo Jingli a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering gift. But, Prince, your injuries. Mo Xiaoyao lowered his head and glanced at his chest, waving his hand nonchalantly, saying, "What kind of injury is this? It's no big deal. Go." "Yes, your subordinate will take his leave." Prince Ding's passing was a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering matter. Naturally, it could not be dealt with carelessly. Therefore, as soon as the news spread, the entire Mahist army camp at Feihong Pass were immediately covered in white cloth. Everywhere was covered with white cloth, the entire army wearing mourning clothes. When the commoners near Feihong Pass received the news, they also wore white clothes, many of them even crying out in pain. In this chaotic world, the commoners of the Northwest had always been living peacefully and peacefully. This was all thanks to the protection of the Prince Ding mansion. Now, the commoners' pain was not only because they were worried about their own future, but also because they were mourning and sorrowful for the death of the Prince Ding, Mo Xiaoyao. "Princess, Jinim of Gojozian of West Hill has come." Within Feihong Pass, Yi Li was sitting in the study, reading through the tall pile of memorials on the table in front of her. Mo Xiaoyao's sudden death naturally meant that there were countless things to deal with. Whether it was Feihong Pass or to the Prince Ding Mansion in Glass City, everyone was extremely busy. Su Hongyu, Su Qingshun, and the others in Glass City were also so busy after sending someone to deliver a letter that they did not have any free time. Yili raised her head and looked at Qin Feng, frowning, saying, "Lei Jinting? What's he doing here?" Qin Feng said, "Naturally, he is here to mourn the prince." Even though the two sides were enemies now, Lei Jinting had come to mourn in the name of West Hill. The Mahist army could not do anything to him. Casually putting the memorials to one side, Yili stood up and said, "Mourn? He is here to investigate, right? I thought he would send Lei Tingfeng." Qin Feng thought for a moment and laughed in a low voice. "Between us subordinates, he is probably afraid that Princess will really kill Lei Tingfeng in a fit of anger." Lei Tingfeng was Lei Jinting's only son, and Lei Jinting was almost 60 now. It was probably too late to raise another son. "Fine, let's go meet him. Get people to prepare. Mo Jingli is probably coming," Yili said. "Mo Jingli?" Qin Feng frowned and said, "Does he dare to come?" Mo Jingli was not a daring person. Going deep into the enemy's camp did not seem like something Mo Jingli would do. Yili walked out as she said, "He should have already received the news. Based on my understanding of Mo Jingli, he will not miss such an opportunity." After all, in Mo Jingli's life, Mo Xiaoyao's death was the first time and possibly the only time. "I understand." Qin Feng nodded and said. In the hall, Lei Jinting sipped his tea while sizing up the entire hall. This mansion was originally the general's mansion in Feihong Pass. It was not particularly big, nor was it very luxurious. After Mo Xiaoyao and the others moved in, they clearly did not put in any effort to decorate. Now that the entire mansion was covered by a plain white cloth, it was even colder and more dignified. Not far away, Feng Jiao, who was in charge of receiving guests, and Lung Haoyu, who had just rushed back from the Chu capital, glared at Lei Jinting with very unfriendly eyes. Being treated like this, Lei Jinting was not angry. He just sat calmly and drank tea. After going to the morning hall to burn incense, Lei Jinting was considering how to personally see Mo Xiaoyao's corpse. In such a heavily guarded mansion, it was obviously not feasible to sneak in and investigate. Chapter 994. This subordinate greets the princess. Yili was wearing a plain white robe, her cloud-like hair casually tied into a simple bun. A white flower was pinned into the bun, making her look even colder and paler. Standing on Yili's left was Mo Xiaobao, who was wearing a black brocade robe and a white muslin robe. As soon as he entered, Mo Xiaobao glared fiercely at Lei Jinting. Looking at Mo Xiaobao, who was glaring at him, Lei Jinting couldn't help but smile. In his heart, he sighed that Mo Xiaoyao had given birth to a good son. Although he was still young, he already had the style of his father. Just by looking at his round and cute eyes that couldn't hide his shrewdness, he knew that this kid was definitely not as cute and obedient as he looked on the surface. "Princess Ding, Shitzi, please restrain your grief." Lei Jinting stood up and cupped his hands. Yili nodded slightly and said with a faint smile, "I'll have to trouble Jinim of Gojoseon to personally make a trip. Jinim of Gojoseon, please sit." Lei Jinting looked at Yili and said with a sincere face, "I also feel very sorry for Prince Ding's sudden death. Although the Prince Ding mansion is the enemy of the West Hill, it is also an opponent that I respect. I came this time to mourn Prince Ding and also to discuss the matter of peace with the Prince Ding mansion." Satisfied to see the flash of surprise in Yi Li's eyes, Lei Jinting smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Feng Jiao and Lung Haoyu also stared at Lei Jinting in disbelief. Everyone was well aware of the relationship between the Prince Ding mansion and the West Hill. Once Lei Jinting confirmed that Prince Ding was really gone, he would definitely immediately annex the Prince Ding mansion without hesitation. At this moment, Only a fool would believe that he was a gentleman and would not bully a widow and an orphan. Yili raised her eyebrows and looked at Lei Jinting with a faint smile. Peace talks. Lei Jinting nodded and said, "That's right. Now that Prince Ding has passed away, I'm sure Princess Ding won't be able to cope for the time being. If the princess agrees, the West Hill is willing to make peace with the Prince Ding mansion." Yili smiled and said, "If so, the Prince Ding mansion would be more than happy to oblige. Here, this consort thanks Jinnum of Gojoseon." Looking at Yi Li's decent smile, Lei Jinting frowned in his heart. However, there was a trace of exhaustion in her eyes. For a moment, he couldn't tell if Yi Li was putting on an act or if it was real. Even with his experience in reading people, he couldn't see any flaws in Yi Li. Just now, when he said peace talks, he just wanted to test Yi Li's thoughts and the Chu Jing in the Prince Ding mansion. But Yi Li's attitude made him unable to figure out the situation inside the Prince Ding mansion. Reporting to the princess, the Emperor of Chu is outside the pass asking for an audience. Outside the door, the guard reported loudly. Lei Jinting's eyes flashed slightly, but there was no other expression on his face. He looked sideways at Yi Li sitting at the head of the table, wanting to see how she planned to deal with it. He heard Yi Li say indifferently, "Emperor Chu has come from afar. Invite him in. Feng San, bring the heir to welcome Emperor Chu." The etiquette of a formal occasion couldn't be neglected because of something. Even though it looked like Jinnum of Gojoseon was more powerful than Mo Jingli, Mo Jingli was still the ruler of a country. Sending someone to welcome him was the proper etiquette. "This subordinate obeys," Feng Jiao replied in a deep voice. "This child obeys." Mo Xiaobao jumped down from the chair next to Yi Li and followed Feng Jiao out. The subordinates of the Prince Ding mansion are truly loyal. Lei Jinting looked at Feng Jiao walking out and said meaningfully. With Feng Jiao's arrogance, going out to welcome Mo Jingli was enough to show the Prince Ding mansion's allegiance to Yi Li. It was clear that the Prince Ding mansion didn't have the slightest bit of chaos in Yi Li's hands. Even if it was true, the loss was only Mo Xiaoyao. Thinking of this, Lei Jinting looked at Yi Li with an even more complicated expression. He secretly regretted that Yi Li had actually escaped Ling Taihin's assassination a few days ago. Lung Haoyu, who was sitting at the side, snorted and said with a smile, "Jinnum of Gojoseon is too kind. A loyal subject doesn't serve two masters. We're just doing what we should do." Looking at Lung Haoyu's unkind eyes, Lei Jinting didn't care and smiled faintly. Yi Li glanced at Lung Haoyu with a smile and didn't feel offended at all. Jinnum of Gojoseon is right. If it weren't for their help these days, this concubine is really a little powerless. In this case, why doesn't Princess Ding invite young Master Qingshen to preside over the overall situation? Lei Jinting asked. This was also what he was most confused about. Under normal circumstances, if Mo Xiaoyao was really dead, then the Prince Ding mansion was bound to support Mo Yuchen to take the throne. But now Mo Yuchen was less than 9 years old. Naturally, it was impossible for him to take charge of the Prince Ding mansion and the Mahist army. Therefore, Yi Li should summon Su Qingshen or Su Hongyu to preside over the overall situation in the Feihong Pass. But now, no one from the Su family appeared, which made Lei Jinting suspicious of Mo Xiaoyao's death. Yi Li smiled bitterly and shook her head. "Glass City also needs my eldest brother to preside over the overall situation. What's more?" Shaking her head, Yi Li didn't say anything more. Undoubtedly, it made people more fanciful. Of course, Lei Jinting knew the importance of the entire Northwest to the Prince Ding mansion. What's more, after the news of Mo Xiaoyao's death came out, he secretly ordered the troops in Xiling to move to the north. He didn't really want to attack the original Emperor of Xiling, but it contained Zhang Qilan's army stationed in the west. There was also the northern tribes. Mo Xiaoyao had just destroyed almost half of the troops of the northern tribes, and a prince had died. Now that he heard the news of Mo Xiaoyao's death, how could the king of the northern tribes not come out to make trouble to save his face? Therefore, at this time, whether the Northwest, especially Glass City, could be stabilized was particularly important. As long as the Northwest was still there, even if the Mahist army was defeated this time, there was still a place to retreat. When Mo Yuchen grew up in a few years, it was not impossible for the Mahist army to make a comeback. After all, according to Lei Jinting's understanding of the bloodline inheritance of the Prince Ding mansion, there is almost no doubt that Mo Yuchen could take charge alone when he was a teenager. Of course, Lei Jinting didn't intend to give him this opportunity. Looking at Yi Li's hesitant appearance, Lei Jinting believed the news of Mo Xiaoyao's death even more. Lei Jinting didn't care that Yi Li didn't cry like an ordinary girl, and her beautiful face was pale. After all, Yi Li wasn't an ordinary girl. If she really couldn't control herself at this time, Lei Jinting would suspect her or look down on her. Princess, it's not good. Outside the door, a guard hurried in to report. Yi Li frowned slightly and asked, "What's wrong?" The guard looked at Lei Jinting and said with some difficulty, "Little Prince? Little Prince injured Emperor Chu." Everyone present was stunned. No matter how powerful Mo Xiaobao was, he was only an 8 or 9-year-old child. How could he injure Mo Jingli? The guard saw everyone's doubtful eyes and quickly said, "It's true, Little Prince." Little Prince fiercely bit Emperor Chu. "Is Little Prince okay?" Lung Haoyu quickly asked. He didn't have much hope for Mo Jingli's character. Mo Jingli was a petty person. He wouldn't let Mo Xiaobao off just because he was a child. The guard wiped his sweat and said, "Little Prince is fine," but Little Prince said that he wanted to kill Emperor Chu. Young Master Feng Sen couldn't stop him. "Princess, please go and take a look." Chapter 995. Yi Li lowered her eyes to hide the smile in her eyes. She stood up and said somewhat anxiously to Lei Jinting, "Jinim of Gojoseon, I'm really sorry. This consort will leave first." Lei Jinting smiled. "Wang Fei is too polite. How about I accompany Wang Fei to take a look?" Yi Li hesitated, but in the end, she couldn't resist the worry for her son. She nodded and said, "Jinim of Gojoseon, please. Wang Fei, please." Yi Li didn't stand on ceremony with him and hurriedly walked out of the hall. Not far from the Fu's entrance, Mo Jingli's ceremonial guards and the Prince Ding Mansion's guards completely blocked off the narrow street. In the middle of the crowd, Mo Jingli was wearing a bright yellow imperial robe. He was glaring angrily at Mo Xiaobao. There was a bloody wound on his right hand that was placed in front of him. It was clear that the person who had bitten him didn't have any intention of showing mercy. Mo Xiaobao was tightly held in Feng Jiao's arms. But from the anger on his little face and the way he was fiercely baring his teeth at Mo Jingli, it was clear that if Feng Jiao hadn't held him tightly, Mo Xiaobao would have immediately charged forward. "What happened?" Yi Li walked in from the back of the crowd and asked with a frown. Seeing that Yi Li had arrived, Feng Jiao clearly let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid that the little Shitsi would bite Mo Jingli, but he was worried that Mo Jingli would hurt Mo Xiaobao in his anger. "Niang Qin." Feng Jiao let go of Mo Xiaobao. Mo Xiaobao threw himself into Yi Li's arms, feeling wronged. She rubbed her little face against Yi Li's chest and glared at Mo Jingli with her big round eyes. Her delicate little face was full of grievances, which was very different from the fierce look she had when she was about to pounce on Mo Jingli. Yi Li held him in her arms and gently patted him. She said softly, "What's wrong with Xiaobao? Are you hurt?" Mo Xiaobao buried his face in Yi Li's arms and shook his head. Yi Li heaved a sigh of relief. She patted his little head and said, "It's good that you're fine. Be careful. What if you get hurt? He's a bad guy. Xiaobao hates him." Mo Xiaobao said, feeling wronged. His childish voice spread far and wide. Everyone present could not help but glance at Mo Jingli. How bad was he to make the cute little heir of the Prince Ding Mansion hate him so much? Mo Jingli's face immediately darkened. He had almost been bitten by this brat. This brat dared to complain first. "Yi Li, is this how you teach your son? You really don't know the rules." Mo Jingli glared at Yi Li and said in a cold voice. Yi Li's eyes darkened slightly. She stood up and looked at Mo Jingli without showing any weakness. She calmly said, "How this Fei teaches my son does not need Emperor Chu to care. If Emperor Chu has the time, he should be teaching his own son." Buffed at the side, Feng Jiao couldn't help but burst out in laughter. Wang Fei had definitely stepped on Mo Jingli's sore spot. Who in the world did not know that King Li was already 30 years old? Not to mention a son. He did not even have a daughter. There were even rumors among the people that King Li had an incurable disease. Of course, Feng Jiao, a confidant of the Prince Ding mansion, knew better. Because he knew, Feng Jiao almost wanted to sympathize with Mo Jingli. The most painful thing in the world was not to have something, but to have something and then lose it. After regaining it, you found that it was all for naught. Therefore, even if one cursed Mo Jingli 100 times, it would not be as angry as Princess Ding's light words to Mo Jingli. Yi Li, Mo Jingli shouted harshly. Yi Li turned around and held Mo Xiaobao's hand to face Mo Jingli. She said in a deep voice, "This Fei respects Emperor Chu as the ruler of a country. But if Emperor Chu does not have the slightest etiquette as a guest, then forgive this Fei for not seeing you off." Mo Jingli was so angry that he laughed. He raised his hand and said with a cold smile, "Zhen came to offer condolences out of kindness. But just as Zhen closed the door, Zhen was bitten by this brat. Is this how the Prince Ding mansion treats its guests?" Mo Xiaobao stood beside Yi Li. He raised his delicate little chin and said in a crisp voice, "You're not here to offer condolences to father. You're here to cause trouble. People who come to offer condolences to father will not wear clothes like yours." Everyone once again looked at Mo Jingli. Even if Mo Jingli was the emperor, the Prince Ding mansion status was not inferior to the Dechu states. As a guest, they were not required to wear mourning clothes, but they should at least change into plain clothes. They should not be like Mo Jingli, who came in wearing a bright dragon robe. Standing on the side, Lei Jinting, who was wearing a black robe with dark patterns, suddenly felt the Mahist army's eyes looking at him become much friendlier. Mo Jingli's attire did not seem like he was here to offer condolences, but to show off and cause trouble. Mo Jingli was speechless. He really did not come to offer condolences to Mo Xiaoyao. When Mo Xiaoyao died, he wanted to laugh even in his dreams. How could he come to offer condolences? But being exposed by a child in front of so many people, he still felt a bit embarrassed. After a while, Mo Jingli gave a soft snort. He looked at Yi Li and said, "Princess Ding." Zhen came from far away. "Do you want to stop Zhen here?" Yi Li calmly glanced at him and said, "If Emperor Chu truly came to offer condolences to Prince Ding, this consort naturally does not dare to stop you." Mo Jingli proudly said, "Zhen naturally came for this reason." Yi Li calmly nodded and said, "Since it's like this, then King Li, please come to the coffin and light a stick of incense." Mo Jingli did not object. He nodded and said, "Perfect. Zhen also wants to see Prince Ding's body. After all, we have been friends since childhood. Presumably, Princess Ding will not object, right?" Yi Li was silent for a moment before lightly saying, "Emperor Chu, please." Chapter 996. Mo Jingli's group was quickly led to the morning hall of the general's residence, where Yi Li was temporarily staying. Because it had been placed here temporarily, the morning hall was not large. The entire morning hall was covered by a white cloth and gave people a cold and bleak feeling. Mo Xiaoyao's coffin was placed in the center of the morning hall. There were countless flowers piled around the coffin. In front of the coffin, there was a memorial tablet engraved with the words, "Prince Ding, Mo Xiaoyao's memorial tablet." Standing in the morning hall, both Mo Jingli and Lei Jinting felt a moment of nervousness and excitement. They were about to see Prince Ding's corpse. As his enemy, it was hard not to be excited. Wang Fei. Inside the morning hall, a Jin's eyes were red as he stared warily at Mo Jingli and Lei Jinting in front of him. His gaze towards Mo Jingli was filled with viciousness. If this was not Mo Xiaoyao's morning hall, he would have already leapt forward. Knowing what he had done to Mo Xiaoyao, Mo Jingli felt slightly guilty under a Jin's stare and couldn't help but take a step back. But he quickly became happy again. No matter what he had done, Mo Xiaoyao was dead. After so many years of fighting, he had won in the end. Also, Mo Jingli looked disdainfully at Jin. Just based on this little fool who had followed Mo Xiaoyao since childhood, it would not be easy for him to kill him. Yili said coolly, Emperor Chu and Genom of Gojoseon want to open the coffin to see Prince. Jin stilled and then glared viciously at Mo Jingli. No, the prince has already been placed in the coffin. How can it be open again? And he, what Ajin wanted to say was that he was the murderer of the prince, so how could he allow him to disturb the prince's rest? Lei Jinting understood Jin's thoughts. He took a step forward and said with a smile, and the others really want to send Prince Ding off. Why don't you let me take a look at Prince Ding, so as not to disturb Prince Ding's peace? What does Wang Fei think? Yili frowned. Her expression was clearly displeased, but she did not object. Mo Jingli didn't object. Although it was a pity that he couldn't see Mo Xiaoyao's corpse with his own eyes, the most important thing right now was to confirm whether Mo Xiaoyao was dead or alive. He believed that Lei Jinting had no reason to lie to him about this matter. Yili gently patted Jin's shoulder and said softly, Let them see the prince, then they won't disturb him again. Jin looked at Yili. Ever since Mo Xiaoyao had passed away, other than his uncle, Yili was the person Jin trusted the most. Even his fiancée Qin Shuang was ranked behind her. Hearing Yili's words, Jin glared fiercely at Mo Jingli. He walked over and carefully pushed the lid of the coffin over. Because it needed to be sent back to Glass City before it could be buried, the lid of the coffin had not been nailed shut yet. Jin only pushed it lightly, and it was pushed open. Mo Jingli and Genom of Gojoseon didn't mind Jin's rudeness at all because their thoughts were on the open coffin. Lei Jinting took a few steps forward and smelled a strong fragrance. This was a kind of perfume used by nobles to preserve their corpses. Usually, only nobles above the rank of prince could use it. There was also the fragrance of Phoebe Jinnan wood. Lei Jinting couldn't help but frown slightly. Inside the coffin, a white-haired man dressed in a white robe embroidered with silver dragons and clouds lay quietly. Even though the weather was still cold, the coffin had a preservative perfume, and the coffin itself was still placed on a large piece of ice. Therefore, the corpse hadn't changed much. If it wasn't for the fact that it was deathly pale, it could even be said to be lifelike. Lei Jinting's sharp eyes saw that there was another scar on the man's right hand that was exposed to the air. Even though it had been carefully treated, it was still clearly visible. Thinking about the information he had received from Mo Jingli, Lei Jinting stared at the man's unusually handsome face and frowned. He finally raised his hand and reached into the coffin. Genom of Gojoseon, what are you doing? Standing at the side, Yili saw his actions and asked in displeasure. Lei Jinting smiled faintly and said, I see that Prince Ding's sleeve is slightly untidy. I have been rude. Lei Jinting calmly pulled on the white sleeve and turned to smile apologetically at Yili. Yili looked down. Is there anything else between Genom of Gojoseon and Emperor Chu? If there is nothing else, Lei Jinting smiled and said, Wang Fei, please do as you wish. I will not disturb Prince Ding's rest. Many thanks. Jin, close it. Yili ordered Jin in a soft voice. Jin snorted angrily at Lei Jinting and went to close the coffin again. Coming out of the morning hall, Mo Jingli and Lei Jinting were invited to rest in a side courtyard of the General Fu. Feihong Pass was not Li City, and it was not the time for Mo Xiaoyao's official funeral, so there were not many people here. The General Fu was not big, but it was still convenient for Lei Jinting and Mo Jingli to live in. Emperor Chu, why don't we have a cup of tea together? Lei Jinting said. Even though they had only come to pay respects, It was already late, and they could not avoid staying at Fei Hong Pass for the night before leaving. Mo Jingli naturally agreed. He also had many questions to ask Lei Jinting. The two went to Lei Jinting's courtyard and waved away the servant girl who had brought tea and snacks. Lei Jinting smiled and said, "Congratulations, Emperor Chu." Mo Jingli stilled and quickly realized what Lei Jinting meant. The person lying in the coffin is really Mo Xiaoyao? Lei Jinting said, "He has lost a lot of blood, but there are no obvious wounds on the outside. He should have injured his heart. There is a scar on his right wrist and a callus on his palm. It is caused by long-term sword practice. Also, this person was an expert when he was alive. His face was not disguised and his hair was not dyed. If there is a person who looks exactly like Mo Xiaoyao and is as skilled as Mo Xiaoyao, then Mo Xiaoyao is not dead." After a while, he heard Mo Jingli murmur, "Mo Xiaoyao is really, really dead. Yes." Lei Jinting sighed softly. Mo Xiaoyao is really dead. Such an outstanding person had died just like that. Lei Jinting's eyes suddenly showed some confusion and melancholy. Mo Jingli was not in the mood to pay attention to Lei Jinting's thoughts. After hearing Lei Jinting's words, he could not help but laugh loudly. "That's great. Mo Xiaoyao, Mo Xiaoyao, you still died in front of me in the end." "Ha!" Seeing Mo Jingli's smug appearance, Lei Jinting's eyes flashed with disdain and anger. He also wanted Mo Xiaoyao to die because he was an enemy. But to be treated as an enemy by someone like Mo Xiaoyao was an honor. But to be treated as an enemy by someone like Mo Jingli was a disgrace. There had never been a person like Mo Jingli that Lei Jinting recognized as an enemy. He was just a clown. When Mo Jingli was done laughing, he finally seemed to sense Lei Jinting's displeasure. Mo Jingli raised his eyebrows. Mo Xiaoyao is dead. Is Genom of Gojoseon not happy? Lei Jinting's lips twitched, revealing a mocking smile. Of course not as happy as Emperor Chu. Chapter 997. Hearing this, Mo Jingli could not help but feel a little embarrassed. There were not many people in the world who did not know about the grudges between the Prince Ding mansion and the royal family of the Chu state. His reaction just now was seen by Lei Jinting. No matter how thick-skinned Mo Jingli was, he could not help but blush. He snorted and said harshly, "Mo Xiaoyao betrayed the country first. This kind of traitor naturally deserves to die." Lei Jinting took a sip of tea and said indifferently, "I do not intend to discuss with Emperor Chu whether Prince Ding deserves to die or not. Prince Ding's death is naturally beneficial to I." Mo Jingli's eyes flashed with anger and disbelief. He said dryly, "In that case, Genom of Gojoseon, please say it." There was a kind of person who was born stunning. He was the focus of the world's attention. Even his enemies would admire and respect him. Mo Xiaoyao was such a person. It was also because of this that Mo Jingli was crazily jealous. Lei Jinting leisurely looked at Mo Jingli, who was a little unsteady, and said calmly, "Did Emperor Chu notice that the main generals in the Mahist army are not here?" Mo Jingli hesitated. From the beginning, he focused on Yi Li and Mo Xiaobao. Naturally, he did not notice who was not in the Prince Ding mansion. Hearing Lei Jinting's words, he finally had some impression. He nodded and said, "Yes, Murong Shun and Marquis Nin are not here. They should have been sent out by Yi Li," Lei Jinting said. Mo Jingli frowned and said, "Sent out? Yi Li doesn't want to guard Fei Hong Pass anymore." Lei Jinting glanced at him and said, "It's really because she wants to guard Fu Fei Hong Pass that she sent people out." "Genom of Gojoseon, what do you mean by that?" Mo Jingli did not like Lei Jinting's tone. It was as if he was calling him an idiot. However, he really couldn't understand Yi Li's thoughts, so he had no choice but to hold back his anger and listen to Lei Jinting. "Fei Hong Pass is only so big. Even if all the generals are here, what difference would it make? But if Murong Shun, Marquis Nan, and the others were sent out, they were all famous veterans on the battlefield. They don't need to confront us face to face. As long as they want to cause us some trouble, it will be easy. Furthermore, the Black Cloud cavalry of the Mahist army was adept at long-distance raids. When the time came, I'm afraid that both sides will have a headache. Lei Jinting said. Mo Jingli gritted his teeth and said, Is it really Yi Li's idea? How cunning. Lei Jinting smiled with appreciation and said, Princess Ding can stabilize the situation of the entire Prince Ding mansion as a woman at this time. Naturally, she is not an ordinary person. If Princess Ding is a man, I'm afraid. Lei Jinting shook his head and smiled faintly without saying a word. Mo Jingli snorted and asked, What does Jinnum of Gojoseon want to discuss with me? Lei Jinting looked at Mo Jingli and said, Give up Cold Valley Pass and lead the army to the west. After the two armies join forces, we will attack Fei Hong Pass together. Mo Jingli narrowed his eyes and sneered. Jinnum of Gojoseon is really smart. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that I will be betrayed by Jinnum of Gojoseon again. Last time, he was fooled by Lei Tingfeng. Mo Jingli did not forget. How could he trust Lei Jinting again? Lei Jinting frowned and said, As long as we take Fei Hong Pass, we will lead the army to sweep the entire northwest. After destroying the foundation of the Prince Ding mansion, do you think that Leng Huai of Chu Jing and Lu Jingxian of Cold Valley Pass still need us to worry about them? Mo Jingli was not an idiot. How do I know that once I lead the army to the west, Leng Huai and Lu Jingxian will not chase after us? In the future, won't I be in a dilemma? Lei Jinting raised his eyebrows and said, So, Emperor Chu has the confidence to fight against Leng Huai and Lu Jingxian alone? I have received news that Leng Huai has begun to reorganize the troops in Chu Jing. They will set out for Cold Valley Pass in a few days. Cold Valley Pass is the most impregnable pass in the Central Plains. But it also depends on who is guarding it. Being mocked by Lei Jinting like this, Mo Jingli's face turned green and white. What does Jinnum of Gojoseon want to do? Lei Jinting nodded with satisfaction and said, Emperor Chu, please block Leng Huai and Lu Jingxian's army. I do not need the Chu army to do anything. I just need to stall for time and not let them mess things up. Although being looked down upon by Lei Jinting made Mo Jingli feel humiliated, he did not want to use his own troops to fight against Lu Jingxian and Leng Huai. Rather than this, it was better to wait for Lei Jinting and the Mahist army to fight until both sides suffered losses. Then he would be the third party to reap the benefits. How could Lei Jinting not understand Mo Jingli's thoughts? But he did not care and smiled coldly. Okay, we will do as Jinnum of Gojoseon says. Mo Jingli nodded and agreed to Lei Jinting's suggestion. In the study in the deepest part of the general's fu, Yi Li sat behind a desk and looked at the people in the room. She couldn't help but sigh. Feng Jiao stared at Yi Li and said, Wang Fei, do you know the whereabouts of the prince or not? Yi Li shook her head and said seriously, I really don't know. It was a pity that her sincere answer could not make Feng Jiao and the others believe her. Wang Fei, do you think we will believe you? Yi Li raised an eyebrow and looked at everyone with a smile. Han Mingwei said with a faint smile, Wang Fei should at least know some news about Xiao Yao. Otherwise, how would Wang Fei know what wounds Xiao Yao should have? After Jinnum of Gojoseon saw Prince Ding's wounds, his brow visibly relaxed. When he faced Yi Li, his smile became more sincere. It was clear that Jinnum of Gojoseon had received the news that Prince Ding was wounded, and the wounds on Prince Ding's body matched the information that Lei Jinting had received. Yi Li sighed helplessly and said, I really don't know. It's fine. Since Wang Fei can't say, we won't ask. Feng Jiao clearly still did not believe that Yi Li did not know. He just thought that it was because Yi Li could not say. But at least it proved that Mo Xiaoyao's safety was not a problem. Everyone present couldn't help but sigh in relief. Even though they vaguely understood that the prince was still alive, it was still uneasy to not have definite news. Now that they saw Wang Fei's calm appearance, it was as if they had eaten a calming pill. Mother, can we kill that big bad guy? Mo Xiaobao sat next to Yili and asked with a pure face. Yili lowered her head to look at Mo Xiaobao, who was looking at her. She couldn't help but smile and said, "When did you learn to bite people?" This time, it was definitely Mo Xiaobao who did not care about his image at all. Even though Mo Xiaobao liked to fool around, he was still very proud. Even if he wanted to prank someone, he would not use this kind of trick that a normal child would use. Mo Xiaobao said with a smile, "Is this child's acting good?" Yili raised a brow and looked at Feng Jiao at the side. Feng Jiao said with a smile, "When little Shitzi saw Mo Jingli, the first thing he said was, 'You bastard who killed my father king. I'll bite you to death.' Then he pounced on Mo Jingli and fiercely bit Mo Jingli. I saw that a piece of flesh on Mo Jingli's body was almost bitten off. He really has good teeth." The others couldn't help but cover their faces and laugh in a low voice. Mo Xiaobao's little face became embarrassed, and he said unhappily, "It was so smelly, this Shitzi had to drink a lot of water to rinse my mouth. Next time, I'll definitely use another method." However, this method was the most satisfying and also the least likely to be suspicious. If he used something else to hurt Mo Jingli, it wouldn't be a child's mischief that could be explained away. Chapter 998. Yili looked at Xiaobao curiously and asked, "What else did Xiaobao do to Mo Jingli?" Yili knew her son well enough. He would not bite someone just to vent his anger or to make Mo Jingli look bad. Xiaobao chuckled and said, "I sprinkled the medicine that Mr. Shun gave me on his hand." Shun Yang, who was sitting at the side listening to their conversation and taking care of his own medicine, suddenly stiffened. He slowly turned his head and stared at Xiaobao, asking, "Little heir, you used that bottle of medicine?" Xiaobao blinked innocently and said, "It's the bottle that Mr. Shun just concocted last night. It's green. It's a beautiful little jade bottle." Shun Yang's body swayed. He quickly held onto the table and asked calmly, "Is that what I gave to the little heir?" "I asked Mr. Shun if he could give the bottle to me." Mr. Shun nodded. Xiaobao asked, puzzled. Shun Yang was silent. "You're asking about the bottle, but you're asking about the medicine too." Seeing that Shun Yang's expression was not right, Feng Jiao asked curiously, "What medicine did Mr. Shun concoct? Is it very important?" Mo Xiaobao smiled and said, "I saw something written on Mr. Shun's small bottle. It said something about acacia or something spring." Puffed. On the other side, Han Mingshi spat out a mouthful of tea. He looked at Shun Yang in disbelief and said, "It can't be the aphrodisiac, right? Mr. Shun, what are you using that for?" As he spoke, he looked at Shun Yang with a gaze that said, "You're already so old, yet you're still so interested." Han Mingshi lived up to his name as Mr. Fengyu. He had been in the entertainment industry for many years and was naturally familiar with all kinds of strange medicines. Shun Yang's lips twitched. He rolled his eyes and said, "What do you mean I'm using it for? A few days ago, someone gave it to me to see if there's an antidote." Han Mingshi did not believe him. Who would research an antidote for this kind of medicine? Any normal person would know how to cure this kind of medicine. Han Mingshi looked at Shun Yang with an expression that said, "I'd be a fool to believe you." Shun Yang also understood that the more he tried to explain, the worse the situation would become. He glared at Xiaobao with resentment. If it wasn't for this damn brat, he wouldn't have been mocked by a junior like Han Mingshi. Mo Xiaobao hid in Yili's arms and secretly glanced at Shun Yang with a smirk. Yili helplessly patted Mo Xiaobao's little head and lightly coughed before asking, "Then, will this medicine have any side effects?" Han Mingshi giggled and said, "No, this is a top-grade medicine. Even if you had the money, you might not be able to get it. It was just that he was better at controlling time. Normally, it would only flare up after 2 hours, and once it did, it would be unstoppable. So, Junwei cough cough. Young Master Feng-san, it's best to get someone to prepare." Han Mingshi clearly sensed that this matter was not suitable for Yili to handle, so he could only change his tone and look at Feng Jiao. Feng Jiao rolled his eyes in annoyance. In his early years, he was also a person who had been through hundreds of flowers, so he naturally knew what the so-called aphrodisiac powder was. Immerse Xiaobao looked at everyone and asked curiously, "What do we need to prepare?" Yili lightly flicked his forehead. Children are not allowed to interrupt when adults are talking. Immerse Xiaobao held his little forehead and looked pitifully at Yi Li. Sitting not far away, Zhuijing, who was busy handling files, frowned and raised his head to say, "Wang Fei, right now." Prince Li seems to be in Jinim of Gojoseon's courtyard. It had been exactly 2 hours since Mo Jingli had been bitten by Mo Xiaobao. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. After a while, Feng Jiao and Han Mingxi jumped up at the same time and rushed in the direction of Lei Jinting's courtyard. Of course, they weren't going to save people. They were going to watch the show. Han Mingwei raised her eyebrows and stood up to say, "Let's go take a look too. It wouldn't be good if Emperor Chu or Jinim of Gojoseon were hurt." Mo Xiaobao excitedly kicked his little legs in Yi Li's arms and reached out his little hand to Han Mingwei. "I want to go too. I want to go too." Shan Yang, who was at the side, pulled him over and said, "Little Shitsi, you should come with this old man to read the medicine manual in the study again. You should use any kind of medicine. You're not afraid of harming others or yourself." Yili nodded gratefully at Shen Yang. She really didn't know how to explain this kind of medicine to Mo Xiaobao. With the guidance of the famous Dr. Shen Yang, she believed that Mo Xiaobao would quickly understand what kind of medicine could be used and what should be used carefully. Yi Li, Han Mingwei, and Qin Feng leisurely walked towards the guest courtyard. Before they reached the entrance, they saw the servant girl who had been arranged to serve them rushing over with a pale face. Seeing Yi Li, she released a breath. "This servant greets Wang Fei." Yi Li nodded and asked, "What happened?" The servant girl's face was pale, and her eyes were wide with fear as she said, "Wang Fei, quickly go take a look. Jinim of Gojoseon is going to beat Emperor Chu to death." Everyone couldn't help but pause. Yi Li sighed and said, "Go take a look." Before they even entered the courtyard, there was a burst of noise coming from inside. Feng Jiao and Han Mingxi were sitting leisurely on the wall and excitedly watching. They even excitedly gesticulated from time to time. Yi Li sighed, "Feng San Mingxi." Were these two afraid that Lei Jinting didn't know how happy they were? Feng Jiao and Mingxi lightly landed and said with a smile, "Wang Fei, don't worry. Jinim of Gojoseon is about to go crazy from anger. He hasn't discovered us." Yi Li raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's going on inside?" She thought that Lei Jinting and Mo Jingli should be secretly plotting inside. Since they were going to be together sooner or later, Yi Li naturally didn't mind them plotting in their own place. It was better than running to a place that she didn't know and creating a situation that wasn't easy to control. However, even if the poison in Mo Jingli's body flared up, Lei Jinting would at most throw him out or find someone to help him deal with it. They wouldn't fight. Han Mingxi gave a low laugh and said, "It seems like Emperor Chu intended to be rude to Jinim of Gojoseon. Also, after the poison flares up, the poisoned person will be several times stronger than normal." So, Yi Li couldn't help but twitch her lips. For the first time in her life, she felt her face turn green. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.